going live now. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the day 2 of the Industry Samurai Conference and Awards. The first panel that we have, I'll begin with it right away. Let me introduce to you our eminent panelists. We have Mr. Shailendra Goswami, who is the CMD of Pushkaraj Group. And we have Dr. Arvind Patel, Managing Director of Valgro India Limited.
Good morning.
Gentlemen, I'd request you to introduce yourself a little more elaborately and share your experiences with our audience. I'll start with Dr. Patel.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Arvind Patel. Take care of Valgro Group of Industries. We are in metal finishing business. I am very much thankful to Massmix India and Atmanirbhar panel to deliver my views in this group. I am in this field since last 30 years and having the wide experience of industries and commercial market. I am working with so many association as an honorary post, president, vice president, chairman, vice chairman, somewhere committee member. And I am very well know the pain of industrialists, what they are facing today. So today we are discussing about our business policy, current scenario, and what is the Atmanirbhar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Shailendra, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shailendra Goswami. I am the alumnus of College of Engineering, Pune, 1974 batch, and also an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, 1977. Thereafter, I've served industry in corporate sector for 15 years, and I started my business in 1992, completing almost 8 years on 5th of October 2020. In this business, we have 4 companies under the banner of Pushkaraj Group. Pushkaraj is the brand. Under this banner, we have 4 companies, and the objectives of these companies have been to reduce cost, and we have global sourcing, a network in 16 countries for technology, products, and services, both ways. We export as well as import. Then we have a distribution model called agency sales, where we distribute products for diesel engines, automotive, oil and gas, majority sectors, from around 25 world major companies, basically from Europe and America. And we are exclusive distributors for them for the chosen products. Then we have been doing technology forecasting. 10 years from now, what would be the technologies in various domains? We do that kind of forecasting. And under this banner, we are working on emissions. So today we have achieved Euro 6, but then we have been working for the last 5 years on this. So Euro 4, Euro 6 emissions. Then we are working on fuels, where we have diesels, gas, electric, and hybrids. Then we are also working on a reduction in fuel consumption. And now latest what we are working on is electrical mobility. So under the banner of technology forecasting, all these things, they come around. We do technology product sourcing and services, and then try to bridge the gap of technology with the Indian manufacturers and arrange for some kind of collaboration, joint ventures, and things like that. Another aspect of our business is services, where we do engineering services, in which we do design, development, prototype testing, and then IT services, where we work out on product services and training on different IT platforms. And lastly, HR services, in which we do psychometric assessments of individuals to establish the traits and the personality and the characters and whatnot. One more area where we have been very active after we have had so many problems on the trades with several countries around the world. We increased our exports on product and services also. So combining all this, we have 4 companies looking after different domains of engineering: mechanical, metallurgy, electrical, electronics, and information technology. And we have been quite successful in that, catering to Indian customers, more than 300 OEM customers we have it. And 28 years is quite a good time spent with the Indian industry. And as the business have matured, and so is the organization, I have started spending time going back to the society or the alma maters or the institutions in educating them on the experiences that we have faced in the industry, on manufacturing, on marketing, or distribution, or on technology, or things like that. So today I am here to discuss with you the recent policy announced by Government of India on Atmanirbharta. And I must thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goswami. Now we'll dive straight into the topic, which is Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency. Ever since the Prime Minister announced this idea, spoke about this idea in May this year, industry circles are rife with various interpretations of the term. I want to know from our experts about what Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency means in the manufacturing sector. We'll start with Dr. Patel. डॉक्टर पटेल आपका म्यूट पे है. डॉक्टर पटेल, आत्मनिर्भरता हमारे सेक्टर में लोग तरह तरह से कह रहे हैं. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि पूरी तरह से रॉ मटेरियल से लेकर ब्रांडिंग तक हमें एनविजन करना है कि इंडिया में ही हो. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमें ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन का पार्ट रहना है.
राइट.
तो आपको क्या लगता है इसके मायने क्या है हमारी इंडस्ट्री में?
जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये अभियान छोड़ा है कि आत्मनिर्भर बनो और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाओ
जी,
ये हमारे लिए आम पब्लिक के लिए बहुत मायना रखता है, क्योंकि आज तक हमने देखा है कि किसी न किसी पे हम लोग निर्भर ही रहे. रॉ मटेरियल के लिए या फिनिश गुड के लिए हम लोग हमेशा निर्भर रहे चाइना के ऊपर.
जी.
तो चाइना जब थ्रॉट कर रहा है तो आत्मनिर्भर बनने का जो अभियान उनको लगा कि नहीं सब इंडिया में ही बने, तो ये मैं कहूँगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आत्मनिर्भर एक नया नाम दिया है, बट ये मेक इन इंडिया का ही एक सेकंड स्टेज है. जस्ट मेक इन इंडिया को उन्होंने एक रीपैक किया है आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए. और एज पर एज प्रधानमंत्री कंसर्न, आत्मनिर्भर बनना मतलब सेल्फ रिलायंस को खड़ा करना, खुद पे विश्वास करके, खुद पे भरोसा करके एक नई इंडस्ट्रीज जो है उस इंडस्ट्रीज को नया बर्थ रीबर्थ देके नए तरीके से सोचना, ग्लोबलाइजेशन के वे में सोचना. तो यही उनका एक कहना है. और इसमें मैं जरूर कहूँगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए और आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए जो भी हमसे हो सकता है वो पूरा हम लोगों को कोशिश करना चाहिए. और उसके लिए जो भी मिसिंग पॉइंट है वो हमें इमीडिएट उसको इम्प्लीमेशन में लाना चाहिए.
डॉक्टर पटेल, एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन ये है कि आत्मनिर्भरता के मायने एक तो होते हैं कि अल्टीमेटली हमें सोर्सिंग से लेकर मार्केटिंग तक जो पूरा प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट लाइफ साइकिल है वो रीजनल हो. एक तो वो विजन हो गया. एक हो गया कि हम हाई वैल्यू गुड्स प्रोड्यूस करें या पूरे वैल्यू चेन में कोई एक हम डोमेन पकड़ लें. कि जैसे हाई वैल्यू गुड्स हो गए, जैसे सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो गए, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हो गए या फार्मा हो गया, और उस पर स्पेशलाइज करें और बाकी चीजें हम उनको आउटसोर्स कर दें जो इसमें स्पेशलाइज करते हैं. जैसे अगर रॉ मटेरियल कोई कंट्री कर रही है तो उनको करने दें, हम फोकस करें डिजाइन एंड रिसर्च पे. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम है ये अल्टीमेटली इंडिया में होना चाहिए या हमें ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन का पार्ट होके सेल्फ रिलायंस की तरफ सोचना चाहिए?
फिलहाल अगर हम लोग, आपका जो क्वेश्चन है उसमें अगर इंडिया में ही होना चाहिए ऐसा कह रहे हो, तो हाँ, एज ए नेशनल बेनिफिट या तो नेशनल लवर, मैं कहूँगा कि सब कुछ इंडिया में ही होना चाहिए। लेकिन
जी
चैलेंजेस ये दिख रही है कि जब तक किसी ग्लोबलाइजेशन में ग्लोबल कंपनी का या अपने से बेहतर जो कंट्री है उसके साथ अगर हमने हाथ नहीं मिलाया, तो हम
जी
लोकलाइज नहीं कर सकते, लोकल नहीं बना सकते। द रीज़न इज, आज की तारीख में हम लोग, हमारा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है वो बहुत बड़ा चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं। एम्प्लॉयमेंट, पढ़े लिखे लोग जो है उनको काम करना नहीं है, और जिनको काम
जी
करना है वो पढ़े लिखे नहीं है। ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा चैलेंजेस है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे समझो, मैंने इंजीनियरिंग किया है लेकिन मुझे इंजीनियरिंग का ई ही नहीं मालूम। जब आज का न्यू जनरेशन इंटरव्यू में आता है तो उनको मालूम ही नहीं होता कि इंजीनियरिंग में क्या करना है। इलेक्ट्रिकल बंदा आता है, इलेक्ट्रिकल में कौन सा हर्ट्ज यूज हो रहा है हमारे इंडिया में वो उनको मालूम नहीं होता है। तो मैं कहूँगा कि ये लोग अवेयर तो है, पढ़े लिखे तो है, बट अनअवेयर है उनको क्या काम करना है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चैलेंजेस है। एक ये हो गया। सेकंड हो गया, आज इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म करने की बहुत जरूरत है। आज राजकोषीय खाद आफ्टर कोविड बहुत बड़ा बन गया है, और उसमें गरीबी इतनी आ रही है, बेकारी इतनी आ रही है, और इससे न जाने और कौन से इश्यूज खड़े हो जाएंगे, और कैपिटल ग्रोथ भी हमारा डाउन हो रहा है। तो पहले हमें ये तीन बेसिक चीज पे, जो भी हमारे पास युवा धन है उनको राइट वे में लेके जाओ, उनको उनके इंटरेस्ट के ऊपर पढ़ाओ। आज देखने जाओ तो 40,000 कॉलेजेस इंडिया में हैं, 1000 यूनिवर्सिटीज है, और न जाने 1 लाख इंस्टीट्यूट है। बट ये सभी लोग सिर्फ एक फिनिश प्रोडक्ट बाहर भेज रहे हैं, लेकिन वो फिनिश प्रोडक्ट किसी के काम में नहीं आ रहा है। तो जब तक हम लोग हमारे युवा धन को राइट पथ पे नहीं लेके जा सकते, आत्मनिर्भर बनना हमारे लिए बहुत मुश्किल है, और यही चैलेंजेस हमें फेस करना पड़ेगा। तो फर्स्ट, आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए अपने युवा धन को आगे बढ़ाओ। और एंटरप्रेन्योर जो है, वो एंटरप्रेन्योर भी कैसे है, एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ कि एंटरप्रेन्योर कुछ तो नहीं चले आ रहे हमारे यहाँ। 60% एंटरप्रेन्योर रहता है कि जिन्होंने बाप दादा के धंधे पे बैठे, उनको ट्रेनिंग की बहुत जरूरत है। वो जमाना चला गया कि पीढ़ियों से धंधा चलते आता रहा और आप एक ब्रांड नेम करते रहे। आज की तारीख में एंटरप्रेन्योर को पढ़ना भी बहुत जरूरी है। विदाउट ट्रेनिंग, विदाउट एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस, दे कांट ग्रो। अगर आपको ग्लोबलाइजेशन में जाना है तो आपको ट्रेनिंग लेना पड़ेगा, आपको लेटेस्ट अपडेट से जानना पड़ेगा, और ग्लोबल कंपटीशन में क्या क्या आपको चैलेंजेस आ रही है वो आपको जानना पड़ेगा। ये दो अगर चैलेंजेस आप स्वीकार करते हो तो डेफिनेटली आने वाले 5 साल में आप ग्लोबलाइजेशन में एक स्टैंड बना सकते हो। ये मेरा मानना है, ये
थैंक यू
मेरा
डॉक्टर
सुझाव भी
पटेल,
है।
बहुत पते। जी जी जी, बहुत पते की बात है। मिस्टर गोस्वामी।
Yeah. I would like to answer your question with a slight background or backdrop in mind. Actually, if we really look at it, we will have to go back to 5 or 6 years when we had imagined the economics of this country where manufacturing was contributing only 15% on the GDP. And this is what was not too far, not too close to what international standards are. In most of the companies globally, rather countries globally, the manufacturing contributes in excess of 25%, if not up to 30-35%. And this is where the challenge of the government of India was that how to really take up the manufacturing and bring it up to 25% at least in the GDP. Now, getting that additional 10% in the GDP contribution meant a lot of effort. What would it have given? It would have revved up the entire manufacturing ecosystem. The moment we say ecosystem of manufacturing, it means all the MSMEs, input, output, whatever is coming, raw materials, there will be, you can say, a revving up of the entire demand cycle, and there would be additional employment generation, there will be technology absorption, there will be process innovations, there will be improvements in every sector which contributes in manufacturing. So by taking one simple step, at that time, an announcement of Make in India was done. And that purpose of announcing that Make in India policy, which was done, I think, 2014 or something like that, in that there were more than 25 or 30 sectors which were covered up. And those sectors were given that kind of an access or freewheeling of doing something in Make in India concept. Now, Make in India concept was totally misconceptualized by most of the people worldwide. So I have spoken on this particular concept in 2, 3 international forums also. What exactly Government of India means by Make in India? What government is saying is that you try to make it in India, you can sell it anywhere in the world. We were not saying that you make it in India, sell it in India. So that was the first misconception which most of the people had. And that is where most of the foreign companies, they realized it, that what India is doing is trying to build up its own economy, build up its own manufacturing, build up its own upgradation in manufacturing technology, process, manpower, employment, and whatnot. And there's nothing wrong in any government thinking about its own country in a manner that is suitable to its own economical parameters. And that is where the world started realizing that this concept is absolutely global friendly concept, that if at all you want to do something, you come in India, we will provide you all the facilities, and then you make a cost effective product and then take it wherever you want to improve your bottom lines. And this is what started happening also. But then that was not good enough, because then what we were doing, for example, the foreign brands were getting into India, and they were building that brand under their own IP, uh, intellectual property, so that knowledge was not transferred as far as India was concerned. And this is where that Atmanirbharta came about. Now, Atmanirbharta also has that background in the sense that we depend a lot on certain countries for imports on raw material, on technology, on componentry, on whatnot. Let us take an example. Why I talk beat around the bush. We are talking about China. We depend a lot on China because it is cost competitive, because they have the scalability, because they have the technology, and because they have the raw materials. For every manufacturing, what we have it, there are three countries we can look at. What you have narrated, one is South Korea, Japan, and then China. And we cannot take it directly from Japan because they're very, very expensive. We cannot take from Korea, they are very, very expensive. We can take it from China. I'll give you a simple example. Axle bearing coming from Japan may cost 250 rupees. Same bearing coming from Korea may cost 85 rupees, but the same bearing coming from China is only 13 rupees. I'm talking factually, and I have experienced that. Now, what is the difference uh, that brings that particular cost down to that particular level? The time has proven it that the amount of scalability they have it, they produce almost 1 million bearings per day. Whereas in Japan, they may be producing few thousands or 100,000 pieces a day or something like that. So now 1 million pieces per day means a lot. Therefore, your denominator goes up, and therefore your total product comes very, very cost effective. Now, when we are talking about these models in China, naturally, the Chinese fell out last 2, 3 years, firstly with US and then with the entire world because of this COVID, and which is where we thought that we might get stuck and not announcing that, because then we don't have anything directly against China as such, other than a couple of border issues, etc. We did not want to harm our bilateral relationship because we don't know, we are neighbors. So you can't afford to have a hostile neighbor. And that is where diplomatically, maybe we had to think about creating an sort of an ecosystem where we take care of this particular problem, that tomorrow we should not be at the receiving end in not getting the materials, in not getting the machinery and things like that. And that is where the Atmanirbhar concept came about. Now, what is the difference between Make in India and Atmanirbhar? Becoming an Atmanirbhar gets a design validation part of it into focus. In Making in India, we have a particular product. For example, Honda has come into India, Toyota has come into India. They brought their technology of engine making here. But what we are saying when we become Atmanirbhar, that we should be able to design an engine to meet those kind of parameters, which maybe Toyota or Honda have come out with. We should be able to come out with the componentry. We should be able to come out with the fuel consumptions. We should be able to come out with the reliability, and we should be able to come out with the kind of warranties they offer. Now, this is Atmanirbharta. And now to develop that kind of a skill, naturally, we require some kind of infrastructure. And there have to be players in this totally involved. So who are those players? One is the MSME, which constitutes almost 55% of the production in the manufacturing system. Then there is going to be a government who's framing up the policies, and naturally the industry, the bigger players, who are the OEMs, so who really take care of the MSMEs in their domain. So naturally, Atmanirbharta became very, very important because we are going to get stuck. Tomorrow's global economy or global socio-political relationships will decide who does what and how the countries will come up. There is a underlying, or for that matter, there is a broad guideline which has been already given by the Prime Minister and the government, where we would like to be climbing up to a $5 trillion economy. Now, to attain that $5 trillion economy, to attain that 25% of manufacturing into the GDP contribution, we need to frame up the entire metrics accordingly. And in that, this Atmanirbharta plays a very, very vital role. Today, in order to survive in the markets, we take shortcuts of going to cost-effective countries like China. But then tomorrow, the element of nation first or India first is going to come about. The day before yesterday, when Prime Minister laid down the foundation stone of the new Parliament building, he projected that as a sort of a brand for Atmanirbharta. And in that also he says that we have to think about India first or the nation first. And that attitude has to build into our system here in India, in the industrial corridors. And people will have to realize that we need to develop our country. And if we need to develop our country, we need to develop our manufacturing setup. If we need to develop our manufacturing setup, we need to take care of our little brothers in MSMEs. We need to bring technologies and then get them educated and bring them up on the curve. And so that we as a country will progress together. Because tomorrow, meaning leave aside critical sectors like nuclear or defense or other sectors, where it is going to be 100% must that we must be Atmanirbhar. Because to guard our country, we need to take care of all these things. But then even otherwise, on our day-to-day consumption basis, the extent of consumption that we have it, third of the population lives in India and China, of which 1.3 billion is here in India. So we have our own domestic consumption as much as possible. If we can create an Atmanirbharta, you can realize where our country will go. And this is where the concepts are. And talking about the global players in South Korea, Japan, and things, I think we will keep on addressing as we go along. But then these are the things. Having said all that, there are going to be a list of challenges which we'll discuss as we go along.
Interesting. This is very interesting, gentlemen. So, to my mind, the takeaway from your views is that and please correct me if I'm wrong, that Make in India originally was a starting point where the idea was to have an ecosystem in the country for manufacturing of goods. And then Atmanirbharta is the ultimate goal.
Correct.
Where we become self-sufficient and are able to participate in all the activities across the value chain, whether it is sourcing or assembly, or right at the top, design and development and IP. Uh, that is, thank you for that clarity, and that will help our viewers immensely
I
in
would
discerning
add,
this.
I would
Yes,
add
please.
here that if we would have given a cultural shock of becoming Atmanirbhar first in 6 years before, industry would not have accepted that. So the first dose was injected as Make in India. The second dose has been injected of becoming Atmanirbhar. And simultaneously, when you have seen it, while the policies of Atmanirbharta have been announced, there are certain sectors on which legislations have come about. So the third one is going to be legislations where you will not be allowed to import certain things. For example, the air conditioning sector, where 55% of the imports were coming from China. This is where the government has clamped it. The social media, the various apps which are there. So the next move is going to be legislations which will come about, because we would definitely try to survive. In survival, we will always find some ways and means of doing things which may not be in tune with nation first or India first. So there have to be certain legislations, and unless and until legislations are there, uh, the things don't move in the right direction. So I'm expecting a couple of legislations to come forward by which we will be forced to look at becoming Atmanirbhar.
That is very prescient, sir, because we are seeing a lot of reforms that may not be popular uh, at present, but they may have a long-term vision as per this vision.
That's right.
Now, my next question is that what I understood was that this whole uh, cycle or the journey starts with Make in India and then reaches Atmanirbharta at whichever point in the future. Now, this is a strategy that, to my understanding, and I'm very much interested as you gentlemen in history uh, of how some countries reached or developed industrially. Now, this is a model very close to what China did, and I want to take your views on that. That they started with building an ecosystem, have all the suppliers, establish a base in China, and then they started manufacturing at scale, not at value. So if you see among all the products, almost all activities done in China are limited to, let's say, assembly, mostly at the assembling point, which contributes about 5 to 6% to the entire value chain. But they do it at scale. So they have the economies of scale. That's where they started. And then they are going towards the path of having technologies made in the country, IPs. They are the largest producers of uh, patented technologies nowadays, currently. And that was the reason that they uh, started to make enemies in the world, because their growth was so fast and technologies are getting made. So the other people who contributed to their growth, for example the US, they were not expecting them to grow so fast, and now that they are going to the top end of the value chain, they have started to make enemies. So this is my interpretation. The other model was something that South Korea and Japan followed, where they identified certain points across the value chain, saying that, for example, Japan identified that automotive is a segment that has a bright future, great future. So they specialize in that. They sent their engineers to the US, and Toyota became a model for the whole world. Similarly, in electronics, Sony and other such companies uh, from Japan, they took that electronics revolution ahead. So they identified the electronic segment, the automotive segment. South Korea called all its, and the South Korea is the third model, is that they called all their large enterprises, and I think they call them K-balls and CHAEBOLs, the large enterprises, the Hyundai and the LG, and these were shipping companies. They said that we give you a free hand, you establish an industrial base and lift the economy. So these are the three models. But China's model is something that sounds very similar to what we are intending to do. And now that we already have an example in front of us, how to pursue this journey so that this is not as conflicting with other industrial nations as China is facing. So I'll start with the Dr. Patel. ये जो जर्नी है, ये जो यात्रा है, ये आपको लगता है कि कैसे अच्छे से की जाए कि अपना भी विकास हो और दुनिया के साथ भी हम कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलें? ये आप बताइए कैसे हो सकता है?
म्यूट
या पॉसिबल है, कंधे से कंधा ग्लोबलाइजेशन में हम लोग मिला है, लेकिन उसके लिए वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट द improve the quality. Everyone has to think about the quality, what customer demand globally. हमारे यहाँ 90% लोग लोकल सेल्स करने की ज्यादा सोच रहे हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ ग्लोबल, एंड लोकल सेल करने में भी उनका थिंकिंग ये चलता है, तो दैट एटीट्यूड वी हैव टू रिमूव फ्रॉम आवर बिजनेस साइकिल। चलता है, निकालना पड़ेगा। ये कैजुअल मोड है, हमें कैजुअल मोड से बाहर निकल के हमें इम्प्लीमेशन और एक्शन मोड में जाना पड़ेगा। मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट प्रॉपर करना पड़ेगा और बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट देंगे तब जाके एक्सेप्टेंस आता है। और मैं स्ट्रांगली बिलीव करता हूं कि इनर स्ट्रेंथ और सेल्फ बिलीफ, ये दो चीज ही इस अभियान को सक्सेसफुल कर सकता है। हमारे यहाँ इनर स्ट्रेंथ, हम बाहरी स्ट्रेंथ में हम लोग ज्यादा मायने रखता है, बट इनर स्ट्रेंथ हमारा वीक है। वो इनर स्ट्रेंथ जब तक हम लोग स्ट्रांग नहीं करेंगे, यस मैं कर सकता हूँ या हम कर सकते हैं, ये हम की भावना जब आएंगी तब डेफिनेटली हम लोग ग्लोबलाइजेशन को कॉम्पीट कर सकते हैं। और इसके लिए हाई ग्रोथ स्ट्रेटजी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमें हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज में एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मॉडल बनाना पड़ेगा जो ग्रोथ के तरफ लेके जाए। और ये मेरा नहीं, हर इंडियंस का सपना होना चाहिए, हर सेक्टर का सपना होना चाहिए कि हमें कुछ बड़ा करना है, हमें कुछ बड़ा सोचना है। देन यू कैन रीच टू ग्लोबल वे। कहेंगे कंधे से कंधा ग्लोबलाइजेशन में मीट करना। हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, मेरा 60% एक्सपोर्ट ही है बिजनेस। और जब इनिशियली जब हम लोगों ने एक्सपोर्ट का मतलब हम सोच रहे थे या एफर्ट्स कर रहे थे, तो एज ए इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज हमारा इतना रेपुटेशन वर्ल्ड वाइड नहीं है कि लोग हम पे भरोसा करें। अभी एक हफ्ते पहले ही किसी दुबई के कस्टमर ने मुझे बताया कि अरविंद, आई एम इंडियन बट आई नॉट प्रीफर द इंडियन मशीन्स। व्हाई? पास्ट उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ फेस किया था, तो दे प्रीफर इटालियन और जर्मन मशीन्स। सी, जो हाई एंड कस्टमर है वो कभी चाइना नहीं जाएंगे। और आज का माहौल है कि यूरोप और यूएस से चाइना की बजाय इंडिया पे भरोसा कर रहे हैं। इस केस में अगर हमने हाई ग्रोथ स्ट्रेटजी मॉडल एक बना लिया तो हो सकता है आप वर्ल्ड का कुछ 5 या 10% बिजनेस ग्रो कर सकते हो ग्लोबली। और इसके लिए कहूँगा मैं कि आपका इंटेंशन, इंक्लूजन और इन्वेस्टमेंट, ये तीनों बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट करता है। जब तक आपके पास इंटेंशन और इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है, आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं खड़ा कर सकते हो। और विदाउट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आप ग्लोबल कॉम्पीट करना, इट इज क्वाइट डिफिकल्ट। सी, कोरिया मॉडल आपने जो बताया कि दे आर थिंक इन लार्ज सेक्टर। हम रातों रात तो लार्ज नहीं बन सकते, बट वो कोशिश तो कर सकते हैं सेकंड फेज से थर्ड फेज में। आज नहीं तो कल लार्ज हो जाएंगे। बट एटलीस्ट एमएसएमई में अगर हम लोग काम करते हैं तो मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज भी अगर हम लोग अच्छी प्रोडक्ट बना के काम करेंगे और इनोवेशन में हम कॉस्टिंग डालते रहेंगे तो डेफिनेटली हम ग्लोबल हो सकते हैं। हमारा इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज का जो भी स्ट्रेटजी या माइंडसेट मैंने देखा है, दे आर नॉट इन इनोवेशंस। चलता है चलते तो कुछ नया बनाने को किसी का मतलब वो है ही नहीं एम कि मैं कुछ नया करूं। पड़ोसी क्या करता है वो देखो, वो कमाया, हम वो बनाते हैं। एक्शन कब? चेंज कब? चेंज लाना है, और चेंज तभी आएगा जब हम इनर सोचेंगे। और ये हाई ग्रोथ स्ट्रेटजी तभी आपको इम्पोर्टेंट महसूस कराएंगी कि आप खुद बदलोगे, बाद में चेंज आएगा। और ये जो भी एंटरप्रेनर का सोच है वो प्लान और इंटीग्रेटेड नहीं है और इंटरकनेक्टेड भी नहीं है। प्लान तो कर लिया मैंने, लेकिन इंटीग्रेटेड करना, इंटरकनेक्ट करना और फ्यूचर प्रोग्रेस को पेपर पे लाना, यहाँ हम लोग पेपर पे ला भी देते हैं बट फिर मिसिंग कर देते हैं काम करने में। तो ये हमें इमीडिएट इम्प्लीमेशन करना पड़ेगा, इमीडिएट एक्शन लेना पड़ेगा, एक पेपर पे स्ट्रेटजी बना के कैसे आने वाले 2 साल में और 3 साल में काम करना है, तब जाके आप ग्लोबलाइजेशन के साथ मीट कर सकते हो।
Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Goswami, which model would be most feasible for India among all these?
Yeah. I'd like to explain to you all the three models, basically the Chinese, Korean, and Japanese, and what we are doing here in India. There is a distinct, you can say, differences between these models. Let us take China as such. China has two types of businesses business models which they really try to promote. As far as Chinese domestic demand is concerned, they have their own indigenous industry, which really works it out for them, their requirements as it goes along, the way we have our indigenous industry also. But there are other aspects of Chinese industry where they have foreign companies like American companies or European companies setting up shops in China. And when they set up these particular shops in China, Chinese government, they provide that kind of infrastructure. I will give you a couple of examples which I have visited myself. Very close to Shanghai, there are two provinces. One is Suzhou and another one is Hangzhou. If we go to Suzhou, you know, our residential complexes are not as good as their industrial complexes are. To that extent, when the foreign companies are coming and setting up their shops there, they realize that they are not in China. They are virtually in their own world as such. So all kinds of facilities and everything is provided. Now, these companies sitting there or rather setting up their shops in China are producing for the entire global demand. And this is what is the killer in the sense that they have asked the companies to come down to China to make their products is the same concept of make in India. So make in China, take it wherever you want. Because the domestic demand is also there, plus the global demand also can be met because your bottom lines, they keep improving. So China more or less has taken this make in India concept much earlier into their stride, and that is where their economy went up on manufacturing. The second aspect of it really catches more of attention because Chinese companies have not ventured to go out and produce it. If you really look at it. And this is where the difference lies between China and Japan or China or Korea. Now, in India, just imagine how many Japanese and Korean companies are there who are manufacturing it, and how many Chinese companies are there who are manufacturing it. So the Chinese model is totally, you can say, inward sort of a model where they bring everything within their country and build up their economy and take the products out, finished goods out. So they are creating employment, they are creating infrastructure, they are creating processes, they are creating machineries and whatnot. Whereas Japan doesn't have domestic consumption as much. So naturally they are outward looking. So whatever that technology IP they have created, they try to spread it in the entire world by physically being present in those places. So China does investments in America. China does plants in America, India. They have so many things around the world, more than what they have it within their own country. It is the same in Korea. How many Korean companies are there in India? Samsung was the first one to put up a plant here. We are yet to get Vivo or the Chinese models to come on the mobile phones to come to India. So there is a difference between the thinking of the Japanese, Koreans, and the Chinese. And Chinese, what they have done it today, if they complain that India is doing it, they have no business to do that because they did the same thing. What we are trying to do, maybe we are a little late, but then it's never too late. We know we can catch up very, very fast. Another aspect of this, you must understand, the Chinese are too good on low tech, high volume. I have said this so many times, so many places. And we Indians are very good on high tech, low volume. And this is where the difference lies. So when I am going to make high tech, low volume products so effectively that the global customer already is accepting those products, then I must have a focus on the low tech, high volume products also, which is where time and again I have been saying that scalability and cost is becoming as a factor which will make me more global. And this is what is the difference which is there. And when we are talking of India, we should be talking about all these combinations, the Koreans, the Japanese, as well as the Chinese. I do not criticize the Chinese model because they thought for their country. And what we are doing, nobody should criticize because we are thinking for our country. We have a population to support, we have an unemployment to take care of, we have the industry to look at, and we need to grow. We have that 5 trillion as a target, and to reach that 5 trillion, yes, we have intrinsic strength to go there. Other countries, they operate on a debt structure or debt economy, but we have maybe a deficit economy, but then certainly we have our own reserves. For example, the financial packages which were announced for the MSME have come from our own reserves. We did not borrow it from anyone. And this is the difference between India and other countries, that we are self-sufficient as it is. We are trying to become self-sufficient, that there are so many foreign direct investments coming in, there are so many people coming into India. We are becoming stronger. So the basic foundation, you can say last 5, 6 years has been made so strong that we can sustain the shocks of such pandemics, or maybe the cultural shocks which are coming by Atmanirbhar or things like that. So when we are trying to create a model in India of Atmanirbharta, it has got to be a mix of everything. That yes, we cannot produce raw materials which are not in existence as far as India is concerned. So naturally, we will have to have collaborations with some countries, and we will have to do it on a win-win scale, that nobody can take us for a ride on that. Where we do not have substitutes on sourcing, we have to create technology options to substitute that. I will give you a simple example of Leon batteries for electric vehicles. The lithium, 70% of lithium production is done in China, and balance 30%, of which 10 to 15% they have already acquired around the world. So almost 80 to 85% of the lithium production around the world is being controlled by China. So they want to control the battery production. And this is where our own laboratories in ISRO and Tata's and other companies have thought about it and created a technology option to replace lithium ion batteries with something else, or get a better technology which could meet our norms of emissions or whatever it is. So ultimate aim is, if emissions, to control the emissions, you don't have to go via electrical mobility itself. And if we can go via electrical mobility with a different kind of a composition of batteries, then yes, we should be able to do that. So we will have to think in that manner, that yes, wherever there is a monopoly on supplies, we will have to collaborate with them and create a win-win situation on contracting, and then simultaneously find substitutes to replace that monopoly as far as raw material is concerned. And then we have to think about setting up factories domestically to meet the demands domestically. And we also need to look at the possibility of global trade. Not possibility, we have to think about the global trade. As Arvind Bhai has said, that we are more of an inward looking society than outward looking. And if at all we need to have the cost under control, we have to have that scalability. And if we have to have that scalability, we need to be a global player, because we cannot increase production and land up with no demand and the stocks lying with us. So we have to create a global infrastructure, global ecosystem in which our products will get absorbed. So our model should be domestic as well as global, and both these models have to be given a different treatment. We have to become a low-tech, high-volume player as well. And for becoming low-tech, high-volume player, we need to add up manufacturing facilities. Our MSMEs are very, very strong people. They are very, very good in creating that product within no time. I will give you an example of a PPE kit. In India, nobody used to make it. And today we have, just go by the numbers, there are several lakhs kits which are being produced every day. So if we decide to do it, and if we decide to think that India first or nation first, we are capable of doing all these things. And I'm very, very optimistic, and I'm very, very positive that our country has the necessary talent, our country has the necessary infrastructure. We have the bureaucrats or the administration absolutely in right place. They want to support the industry, and it is the industry who should be taking the first step forward and then pushing it out. And we need to look at it globally.
That's a brilliant point, sir. As you present all points such succinctly and brilliantly. Now, uh, the model that you spoke about reminds me very much of India's pharmaceutical industry, in that they are among the leaders in the world in generic drugs and predominant suppliers, for example, in Africa and other developing regions. And at the same time, we have biotech companies who are working on the latest technologies. So we have both ends of the spectrum very busy and active in India. And I think that's a very good model to emulate, going by the definition that you shared with us. Uh, now, in the automotive industry, so that's where I had a certain question, is that with the Make in India and Atmanirbhar uh, idea, the automotive industry has been in a tumult because, on the one hand, the policy is forcing them to go towards the EV side and adopt what is happening outside in the world. But there are other technologies also coming up, like hydrogen fuel cell and things like that. So anyway, so that's a policy thing. But that was something that occurred to me, is that on the one hand we are saying that let's try and move towards high tech and high value products. Then we have industries that promote, um, that are emulating what other countries have been doing in the past, like in EV. The US has already become a leader, and that is put our own automotive industry in some sort of a struggle. So my takeaway is also that there needs to be a clear uh, definition of what these goals are, what are the best examples in the world to emulate in order to achieve these goals. My next question to you is that as a manufacturer, coming to the individuals, that one should become the change one wants to see in the world. So coming to the individual level, as a manufacturer in India, how do we start on this journey of becoming Atmanirbhar? I'll ask Dr. Patel to throw light on this. Dr. Patel.
आपका क्वेश्चन एक बार रिपीट करिए।
जी जी, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे कि हमें जो चेंज चाहिए दुनिया में, इंडिया में, वो हमें पहले खुद से शुरू करना पड़ेगा।
राइट
तो इंडस्ट्री तो बाद में आत्मनिर्भर होगी, हम पहले कैसे एक मैन्युफैक्चरर कैसे आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ कदम बढ़ाएं?
राइट 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 इसके लिए मैं कहूँगा कि गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर या सरकार के ऊपर सब कुछ ठोकने की बजाय हमें कुछ खुद को कुछ करना पड़ेगा। अगर हर बार हम लोग गवर्नमेंट को कहेंगे कि आप हमें सपोर्ट करिए या हमें सब्सिडी दीजिए या हमें रिवाइवल करने के लिए बेनिफिट दीजिए, तो उससे आत्मनिर्भर की जगह पे आप गवर्नमेंट पे निर्भर हो। तो सेल्फ रिलायंस खड़े करने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज आ रहा है कि मैन पावर आज नहीं मिल रहा है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर का प्रोजेक्ट अगर फेल नहीं करना है और उसको सक्सेस करना है, तो मैं अगर मेरा एनालिसिस लास्ट 3 साल का कह रहा है कि 16-17 में 14 मिलियन पीपल आर अनएम्प्लॉयड, जो 6% के आसपास था, जो 17-18 में 12% बढ़ गया। 19 के अंदर 60 मिलियन पीपल आर अनएम्प्लॉयड, मतलब भारत की जो भी जनसंख्या है उनका 24% लोग आज अनएम्प्लॉयड है। और आफ्टर पैंडेमिक सोचना ही मुश्किल है। ये जितने भी लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड है, आज पकड़ लो कि 25 से 30% लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड है, उनको अगर प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग दिया जाए, उनके पास जो नॉलेज है उस नॉलेज को शार्प करके उनका फील्ड का अगर ट्रेनिंग दिया जाए और पर्टिकुलर उनके सेगमेंट में उनको इन्वॉल्व किया जाए, तो हमारा ये पहला फेज का चैलेंज हमारा सॉल्व हो सकता है। आज देखने जाओ तो एजुकेशन जो हम लोगों ने लिया हुआ है, उसी एजुकेशन का जॉब कहीं नहीं मिल रहा है, आपको डिफरेंट ही मिल रहा है। चाइना क्यों सक्सेस हुआ? चाइना ने जो भी अपने यूथ को पढ़ाया उसी जगह पे उसको जॉब भी दिया और उससे उसका प्रोडक्टिविटी, उत्पादन क्षमता मिला। जबकि हमारे यहाँ कॉमर्स ग्रेजुएट मैकेनिकल का काम करता है, मैकेनिकल ग्रेजुएट ट्रांसपोर्ट का काम करता है, ट्रांसपोर्ट सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट का आदमी कहीं टीचर बन के खड़ा है, और जो टीचर है वो टीचर बनने की जगह पे उसका मोटो कुछ और है। तो हमारे यहाँ ये सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटेड, हमारा जो इनर है वो इंटरनल लिंक नहीं कि मुझे क्या करना है, किस फील्ड में जाना है। तो नॉलेज हमको इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। लैक ऑफ नॉलेज एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। सेकंड, हम जो भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करते हैं उसका टाइम लिमिट कुछ नहीं होता है, हमें एक टाइम लिमिट भी बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। कि ये मेरा टाइम लिमिट है, उसी के अंदर मुझे ये एक्शन प्लान को सक्सेस करना है। और थर्ड, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, सेम हम लोग अवेयर है बट अवेयर नहीं है कि हमें क्या करना है। इसमें से
बहुत
बाहर
बढ़िया।
निकल इन इल्यूजन, हम लोग भ्रम में हैं कि मैं बहुत बड़ा
हाँ।
आदमी हूं, या मैं बहुत कुछ करता हूं, या तो मेरे
हाँ,
जैसा कुछ भी नहीं है ना।
हाँ,
मैं अगर छोटी इंडस्ट्री से भी बात करता हूँ, इवन एग्जांपल मैं मेरा ही दूंगा कि कहीं किसी कस्टमर से अगर बात करता हूँ तो ऑलवेज मैं पहले कहता था कि नहीं यार, वी आर बेटर। अगर आप बेटर हो तो ग्लोबल कॉम्पीट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? मैंने अपने आप को सवाल पूछा था आज से 5 साल
जी,
पहले कि मैं यार
जी,
कस्टमर को इम्प्रेस करने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, मैं तो इंडिया में का पहला आदमी हूँ जो इतना बढ़िया मशीन बनाता हूँ। वाई आर नॉट सक्सेस इन ग्लोबली? इवन लोकल ऑल्सो यू आर नॉट टेक केयर ऑफ द मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी। जिस दिन मेरी आंख खुल गई कि नहीं यार, मैं तो इंडिया का मल्टीनेशनल में भी नहीं जा सकता हूँ, तो ग्लोबल की कहाँ बात है। तो ये थिंग से बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। प्लस आज का जो बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है पैंडेमिक के बाद, जो पैंडेमिक के पहले भी मैंने और पैंडेमिक की ड्यूरिंग लॉकडाउन के टाइम में भी वेबिनार में काफ़ी जगह पे मैंने डिलीवर किया था स्पीच, उसमें मेरा था स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंडेशन कि पैंडेमिक के बाद, ये महामारी के बाद मार्केट क्रैश होगा और इतना इन्फ्लुएंसर बढ़ जाएगा कि लोगों की खरीद शक्ति कम हो जाएगी, बाइंग पावर कम हो जाएगा। आज इंडस्ट्रीज को जिंदा रखना है तो पॉसिबिलिटी बहुत कम है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे बता रहा हूँ कि हर रॉ मटेरियल का कॉस्ट 40% बढ़ गया है। जो चीज समझो 40 रुपये पर केजी लोहा मिलता था, आज 60 रुपीज केजी हो चुका है। ऑलमोस्ट 40 to 50% कॉस्ट बढ़ गया है। ऑलमोस्ट 100% कॉस्ट बढ़ गई है। मेन पावर बोल रहा है सब हमारा सैलरी बढ़ाओ। इंडस्ट्रीज चल नहीं रही है और पीछे से सभी जगह पे कॉस्ट बढ़ रही है और फाइनल फिनिशिंग का कॉस्ट वही है, बढ़ा नहीं है। क्यों? बाइंग पावर नहीं है। तो आज इंडस्ट्रीज कैसे रन करना वो बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो मैं थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा या तो सुझाव भी दूंगा सरकार को कि लेबर रिफॉर्म पॉलिसी उनको सेट करना पड़ेगा वापस, कुछ सोचना वहां पे। सेकंड, कुछ लिबरलाइजेशन सरकार को करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि आज इंडस्ट्रीज की हालत उन्होंने बहुत
डॉक्टर
खराब कर
पटेल,
दी। हाँ जी।
जब जब आप लेबर रिफॉर्म बोल रहे थे तो थोड़ी देर के लिए वो फीड फ्रीज हो गया। आप क्या कह रहे थे रिफॉर्म के बारे में, क्या सुझाव देंगे?
ठीक। हाँ, लेबर रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, ऐसा मेरा कहना था
हम्म,
कि एक गवर्नमेंट को पॉलिसी डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा लेबर लॉस। सरकार ने आज बताया कि ईपीएफ 12% ईपीएफ सरकार देंगी और 12% इंडस्ट्रीज देंगी। वहां पे लेबर का इन्वॉल्वमेंट कितना या सरकार का इन्वॉल्वमेंट कितना? मैं कहूंगा अगर सरकार 2000 करोड़ या 3000 करोड़ आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज में डाल रही है और उसमें से 3 लाख करोड़ रुपीस एमएसएमई को दिया हुआ है, लेकिन इस एमएसएमई के पास क्या आया पैसा? जब तक एमएसएमई के पास किसी भी रास्ते से फंड फ्लो नहीं आएगा, एमएसएमई खड़ा होना बहुत मुश्किल है। तो एक लेबर रिफॉर्म करना चाहिए, लेबर लॉस कम करना चाहिए। फैक्ट्री एक्ट में जो भी आज हर्डल्स है, वो फैक्ट्री एक्ट हर्डल्स उनको तुरंत निकालनी चाहिए। सी चाइना और जापान, गोस्वामी साहब ने बताया कि जापान बहुत आगे बढ़ा। क्यों? आपने भी बताया सर कि जापान में फ्री हैंड दे दिया इंडस्ट्रीज को, और जिस कंट्री में इंडस्ट्रीज को या एंटरप्रेन्योर को फ्री हैंड दिया हुआ है वो इंडस्ट्रीज ग्रो कर रहा है। और उसका बहुत बड़ा एग्जांपल चाइना और जापान है हमारे पास। हमारे यहाँ मल्टी विंडो होने की वजह से हम इंडस्ट्रीज ग्रो ही नहीं कर पा रहे। हम एंटरप्रेन्योर तो है बट कॉर्पोरेट कभी नहीं बन पा रहे। अगर आप सर्वे देखोगे तो 1 लाख एंटरप्रेन्योर से मुश्किल से 1 या 2 लोग आज कॉर्पोरेट बने हुए हैं या ब्रांड बन के बैठे हुए हैं। बाकी सब लोग खाया पिया और ऐश किया। इसको मैं सक्सेस नहीं कहूंगा। अगर सक्सेस करना है आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान में, अगर आपको ब्रांड बिल्ड करना है तो आपको एक एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली एनवायरमेंट खड़ा करना पड़ेगा जिसमें एंटरप्रेन्योर बिना डरे इम्प्रूवमेंट की बात करें, बिना डरे एक्सपांसन करें, बिना डरे सबके साथ मिलकर काम करें, ग्लोबलाइजेशन कंपटीशन करें, ये बहुत जरूरी है। तो सरकार की कुछ पॉलिसी एंड तक जाए, वो बहुत जरूरी है। पेपर पे बहुत सारी पॉलिसियां है, बट नीचे तक नहीं आ रही है। या तो समझ लो लैक ऑफ ब्यूरोक्रेट्स एंड एंटरप्रेनर हो सकता है, या तो इंटेंशन ही नहीं है नीचे तक लाना, सिर्फ अखबार में खड़ा करना, या तो इंडस्ट्रीज को बचाने का कोई प्लान ही नहीं है। भारत देश गरीब था, गरीब होना चाहिए और गरीब रहेगा, ये सोच जब तक आम पब्लिक से निकलती नहीं है तब तक हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत नहीं बना सकते। ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, और इस चैलेंज को रिमूव करने के लिए मैंने पहले ही बता दिया कि यूथ को गाइड करना पड़ेगा। यूथ अगर गाइड हो गया और अवेयर हो गया तो डेफिनेटली हम लोग वोकल से ग्लोबल हो सकते हैं। लेकिन कुछ पॉलिटिशियन आज यूथ को मिसगाइड कर रही है, और इसीलिए हमारी चैलेंजेस हम एंटरप्रेनर पे आ रही है। हमारी जिनकी आंखें खुल चुकी है वो इंडस्ट्रीज पे आ रही कि उनको जितना भी काम करना है अपने टीम को एजुकेट करके उस हिसाब से काम लोकेट करके आत्मनिर्भर खुद बनना है, लोगों का ना देख के अपने पे कुछ इम्प्लीमेशन करना है। ये मेरा मानना है।
वेरी इंस्पायरिंग डॉक्टर पटेल। बहुत सारी बात आपने ऐसी बोली जो सोचने वाली बात है, मनन करने वाली बात है, और उस पर एक्शन लेने वाली बात है।
थैंक यू आनंद जी।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर पटेल। गोस्वामी सर,
या
आपका क्या कहना है?
in Atmanirbhar, there is first half is Atma, and me myself. So I take it on me to make our country Atmanirbhar. And where do I start? And I will have to start on the basic functions of my own enterprise, my own manufacturing setup. Now, what are the constituents of that? The biggest is the workforce. Now, historically, we have been having different styles of engaging with the workforce on manufacturing. And today, if we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and we are talking of globalization, then we will have to change these things, and then we will have to upgrade uh, our manpower skills. Now, those skills can be upgraded with the help of outsider or within the organization, depending on the availability. But then certainly the upskilling will have to be done of our existing workforce, which has not happened for a long time because we did not really look at it in that perspective. As has been said during the discussion, that whatever was being made was getting sold, so the need was not felt. But today, we are going to be in competition not only domestically but then globally if we want to be a global player after becoming Atmanirbhar. And that is when you will have to follow certain methods or certain styles of doing business in which the workforce comes predominantly the highest because they are the ones who really are creating a product. So my first priority when I have to contribute towards Atmanirbharta is to upgrade my workforce on various skills which are required to discharge his duties within the organization in the best possible manner. Now, what all are those skills, who will impart, etc., is a different subject, so I would not like to get into that. The second aspect which contributes into the effectivity or the efficiency is the process. The process has been outdated. We have been using the same old type of machinery because uh, it was just getting sold, the same concept. Whatever we were making, however we were making was getting sold. We have never crossed certain global timelines. For example, now people have started realizing in automotive sector at least that we have to give 5-year warranties. And wherever there were manufacturers contributing towards automotive manufacturing, they have improved on their processes. They have made their processes defect free. They have made their processes to produce in those many numbers to meet up the demands of the automotive industry and the 5-year warranty clauses. Because now the industry in automotive at least is very, very strong as far as these warranty clauses are concerned or product liability clauses are concerned. And that is where I have to improve on my process. Now, the improvement in process has to come from the third generation or the second generation at some places to the fourth generation of what we say Industry 4.0. Industry 1 was a mechanical one, Industry 2 was a PLC based manufacturing, Industry 3 was a fully automated, and Industry 4 is the cyber physical. Now, what is cyber physical is the machine is talk to machine. There is a less interference from human participation in the manufacturing process. Therefore, once you program the machines or once you program the entire process of a part coming out of a line, it is totally defect free or zero defect, what we say in Japanese terms. So the concepts of Industry 4.0 will have to be taken up. Industry will have to migrate in that Industry 4.0. Now, this brings back to my first point, that upskilling of manpower to understand what is that Industry 4, to understand the IoT and the artificial intelligence concepts which are getting into manufacturing is a must. Otherwise, I unilaterally cannot migrate to Industry 4 without training my manpower. So I cannot retrench my manpower. So I have to train them. I have to upskill them to take up that Industry 4.0, whatever that manufacturing process upgradation I will have to do. Because whenever we are talking about global business, it's a very, very long process. There are long validation chains which are involved. Initially, the documents are getting assessed, due diligence is being done, financial, technical, business wise, how you have catered to your customers, how have been your warranties, how have been your product reliabilities, and how your products have failed, and what all you have done with respect to those failures. The amount of knowledge which you have to share with the global customers is phenomenal. One can earn a PhD out of that. So when we are talking about globalization, it is just not that I go to New York and then sit with somebody and then sell the material. No, the process is almost 6 to 8 months long, in which there are so many things which are required to be shared. As I said, documentarily, there are audits which take place. I have been involved in a couple of audits, in doing audits for suppliers who are going to become suppliers to America. And then I have realized that it's a 5-day job of an audit of a big company. And it comes out as a 40 to 60 page report of that entire company, giving the entire kundali. In Hindi we say, ज्योतिष में कुंडली देखते हैं. तो ये कंपनी का कुंडली हम पेश करते हैं to our customer. And in that, all the details are given. So we, as your question is very rightly put, that I have to start improving myself first on manpower, on the workforce, on skilling them, on the process that is this thing. I will have to lay down the norms of productivity. Like we have had earlier discussions, that we take a bad name because what we say we do not mean. If I say I want to deliver it on 30th of December, I never do that. And if I cannot deliver it on 30th December, I tell them on maybe 1st of January that I could not deliver. We should be telling them on 20th of December that following are the problems because of which I cannot deliver it on 30th December, and take a pre-approval for postponing that delivery. First of all, such excuses are not acceptable. So my productivity norms will have to be entirely changed. I will have to follow an entirely different philosophy of not giving excuses. When I accept the order, that is the mandate which I will have to see to it that it gets obeyed at any cost. Whether you lose money or whether you earn money is secondary, but credibility is more important. If you have credibility, you will get chances to earn more money. But if you lose credibility, even though this particular deal could be profitable for you, that deal is not going to come again because you did not stand out on your credibility. So productivity norms will have to be certain. We need to enforce the commitments within the organization and see to it that culturally everyone is tuned up to deliver. It is not the job of a managing director or a plant manager or a chief of operations or somebody like that. The onus lies on that. The responsibility or the ownership of an assignment on a global platform or a global economy has to be taken by everyone who is participating in that process or in that organization. Because the very fact somebody is there, he is contributing, that is why he is there. So the responsibilities get really delegated to everyone, and everyone must take it. Pushing it to somebody is not going to work. So we need to be very, very the same. I will have to evaluate my entire cost structure. My cost structure was based on certain on outdated materials, on outdated processes and things like that. So I will have to go and take the new process, the new concepts of costs, and then work it out, and then establish a parity between my cost and the parities which are prevalent globally. Then only I can be a player on that. The most important part is that I must increase my reach globally. Sitting in India, I cannot do business in America. So I will have to strategize my distribution network, my selling network or sales network, or my reach in different countries where it matters most to me. We cannot do it across globally, but then there could be certain countries which could be the leaders in your priority, and that is where you will have to increase your reach. And lastly, the technology part of it. The product which I'm producing, am I producing it of the best technology? Has that product been obsoleted somewhere else? Or is it the latest as far as the technology is concerned? And this is very, very important because I cannot be selling a Euro 4 engine in a Euro 6 market. It's the same way. So my product has to be withstanding the norms of the day. So the technology has to be commensurate. So if I don't have a technology, I will have to look for the collaborations for that kind of a technology available domestically, if not overseas, and then try to bring it in and absorb it and then produce it. Now, these are the things which I, as an entrepreneur, would have to undergo in order to contribute towards Atmanirbharta. Now, thereafter, the requests of the governments doing certain things will come about, but that is not my job. First of all, I will have to clean up myself. The cleansing has to be done within the system first, and then maybe I would be in a position to request somebody that please help me, and then people will look at us.
Thank you, sir. That's very insightful and thought-provoking. Now, my last question, because we have about 15, 20 minutes, and if we could have some questions in between from the attendees. But I do want to have your opinion on this and your thoughts. The Atmanirbharta is based on the survival, sustenance, and success of an entrepreneur, without which an entrepreneur cannot be Atmanirbhar. So, as Dr. Patel rightly raised this point, that during this crisis, there are some sectors where the demand is nearly absent and the prices on the supply side are skyrocketing. मेरा भी अनुभव ये है कि जब मैं बात कर रहा था इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से सच एज योरसेल्व्स, तो पहले ये बात उठी कि हो सकता है कि रिकवरी जो कर हो वो वी शेप्ड होगा, लेकिन बाद में धीमे धीमे जब मिड ईयर में आए तो फिर बोलना शुरू किया कि अभी यू शेप्ड होगा, स्लो रिकवरी होगी. अब ये समझ में आ रहा है कि अभी के शेप्ड है, कि कुछ प्लेयर्स हैं दे आर कंसोलिडेटिंग द मार्केट एंड कुछ प्लेयर्स हैं जिनके पास मार्केट ही नहीं है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द सेक्टर, डिपेंडिंग ऑन नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं जो डिजिटाइजेशन में आगे थे, इंडस्ट्री 4.0 में आगे थे, वो आगे बढ़ गए फॉर नंबर ऑफ रीजन. सो अभी के शेप लग रही है. अब आपका मैसेज क्या है फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरर जो ये जो के दो बिंदु है, दो लाइनें हैं, उनके कहीं बीच में, अब वो देख रहा है कि उसको तो जाना है कि हायर कर्व पे, स्टीव कर्व पे जाना है, बट उसके सामने जो मार्केट रियलिटी है वो उसको इंक्लाइन पे ले जा रही है, स्लोप पे ले जा रही है. तो ऐसा कैसे वो कर सकता है? एक मिनट, अगले पैनल के, हाँ, Mr. Mukherjee for the next panel is here. So anyway, so this next panel is going to start in the next 45 minutes. It's very kind of him to join us. So we'll continue this discussion for the next 20 minutes. तो ये मेरा सवाल है कि वो कैसे अपने बिजनेस को कंडक्ट करे कि उसको ग्रोथ मिले, ना कि लॉसेस मिले. डॉक्टर पटेल, आप बताइए क्या चॉइसेस हैं और कैसे इसको बेहतर बनाना.
बहुत बड़ा आपने एग्जांपल दिया, वी शेप, यू शेप एंड के शेप. मैं बिल्कुल बिलीव करता हूँ कि आज की तारीख में इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज के सेप पे खड़ी है। ऑलमोस्ट 60% इंडस्ट्रीज बिंदु पे खड़ी है। उसको के में राइस पकड़ना है या बॉटम पे जाना है उसको नहीं मालूम। वो खड़े होकर सोच रहे हमें आगे क्या करना है। तो जो अभी सोच रहे हैं हमें आगे क्या करना है, वो ग्रेजुअली के डाउनफॉल में जाएंगे, क्योंकि उनको मालूम ही नहीं है कि क्या करना है। मैंने पहले भी बताया कि ये एक इंटेंशन होना चाहिए, उसको कुछ करना है, और कुछ करना है तो किस सेगमेंट में, उसको अपने इंडस्ट्रीज का फोरकास्ट करना पड़ेगा कि मैं जो इंडस्ट्रीज में जो सेगमेंट में हूँ, मेरे पास जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेसिक है, जो मैन पावर है, मेरे पास एग्जिस्टिंग जो भी फाइनेंशियल सेटअप है, उसमें मैं एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट से कैसे बेहतर प्रोडक्ट बनाऊं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, बेहतर प्रोडक्ट के साथ साथ मैं ऐसा कौन सा नया इनोवेशन लूं जो मुझे कैसे में राइज में लेके जाए। ये थॉट प्रोसेस जो इंडस्ट्रीज करेंगी वो के का राइज वे पकड़ेंगी, और जो सोच रहे कि जो होता आया है होता रहेगा। रिसेशन तो 1991 में भी आया था, 2008 में भी आया, और ये पैंडेमिक के बाद भी हम जिंदा रह पाएंगे। तो मैं नहीं चाहता कि आप के सेप का राइस पकड़ोगे। आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए अगर आप बिंदु पे खड़े हो और आपको मालूम नहीं अभी कहाँ जाना है, तो आपको एटलीस्ट 3 दिन के लिए बैठ जाना पड़ेगा और सोचना पड़ेगा, पेपर पे लिखना पड़ेगा कि आपको क्या करना है, आप कहाँ पे हो और कहाँ जाना है, कैसे जाना है। अगर आप खुद एक पेज पे एक क्वेश्चन लिखोगे और अपने आप को आंसर दोगे, आपको अपना रास्ता मिलेगा। अगर इंडियन एंटरप्रेनर वाकई सर्वाइवल होने के बजाय कुछ करने का सोचेगा, तब जाके वो सर्वाइवल होगा। और अगर वो सोचेगा कि मैं सर्वाइवल कर पाऊंगा, तो डाउनफॉल में जाएगा। क्योंकि आज लास्ट पैंडेमिक के बाद हर
सही बात।
इंडस्ट्रीज, एंटरप्रेनर, मालिक पैसा फैक्ट्री में डाल रहा है, उठाने की वजह पे वो डाल रहा है, और कहाँ तक
करेक्ट।
डालेगा उसका एक लिमिटेशन लगा। और अगर वहां पे उसने अपनी सोच को चेंज नहीं किया, एग्जिस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को इम्प्रूव नहीं किया, वर्कफोर्स को ट्रेनिंग नहीं दिया, तो बैंकरप्ट होने के 100% चांसेस है। तो के सेप में ऑलमोस्ट 30% एमएसएमई सेक्टर ग्रो कर सकती है, जिनके पास सोच है, जिनके पास प्रोडक्ट है, जिनके पास सेल्फ बिलीफ है। रेस्ट पीपल के का डाउनफॉल पकड़ेंगे। और अगर के का डाउनफॉल ज्यादा इंडस्ट्रीज ने ले लिया, तो भारत के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। मेक इन इंडिया प्रोजेक्ट और स्टार्टअप जैसा फेल हुआ, वैसे आत्मनिर्भर भी फेल होने की 100% संभावना है। इससे बाहर निकलने के लिए मैंने जो क्वेश्चन रेस किए, वो क्वेश्चन पेपर पे लिख के खुद आंसर लेना है। रास्ता अपने आप निकलेगा, तब जाके हम रियल सेंस में आत्मनिर्भर बन पाएंगे। और उसके लिए भी एक टाइम बनाना पड़ेगा कि 2 साल, 3 साल या 5 साल। विदाउट टाइम लिमिट आप आत्मनिर्भर अभियान का पार्ट नहीं बन सकते। तो
जी।
ये मेरा एक सेल्फ कंक्लूजन है अपने लिए, अपने इंडस्ट्रीज के दोस्तों के लिए।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर पटेल।
थैंक यू।
बहुत बड़ी बात है। थैंक यू। शैलेंद्र सर।
Yeah. Now, as you know, I wear different hats. I am a business analyst. I am a manufacturer myself, and I am also a strategist. And the most important of all is that I'm a great optimist. So I do not fear problems. To any intensity, those problems could come because I firmly believe for every problem there is at least one solution, if not many. And like rightly said by Arvind Bhai, that if there is a problem, you will have to think differently. You will have to innovate. And this is where I'm coming from. Let me take you with certain numbers because I'm crazy about numbers. So I always refer them. So pre-COVID, we were at 4.1 on the GDP. And when the COVID came in, the first Q1, we went down to minus 29.3. In the Q2, we came up, I would say, although in the minus, but we came up from minus 29 to minus 8.7. And now between Q3 and Q4, the forecasts are already that we will get into the positives, or we will climb up that negatives and get into the positive mode. And the pre-COVID levels, most of the Indian industry or the manufacturing sector will achieve by March 22. So today we are in December. So exactly 15 months from now, we would be at a pre-COVID situation where we would have really taken care of all the problems. Basically, the pandemic would have been taken care of because vaccine is just around the corner. Everything will work out. The numbers are under control in many states. Some states are still suffering, but then because of that cold wave, I think those problems will come. So pandemic is taken care of. Let us assume that, because the government is working very strongly on that. So the numbers are really indicating towards a growth pattern. I don't know whether U, V, or K, or whatever it is, but coming down on the field, I can see that the demands are revving up pretty fast. I can give my own example that last 8 months have been the most busiest months as far as I was concerned on demand, because of the suggestion which Arvind Bhai has put it forward, that we had to resort to a different aspects of doing business. China-US fallout really created a whole lot of opportunities for Indian manufacturers. And this we started feeling almost 17 or 18 months ago, pre-COVID itself. So March was the COVID beginning, and 6 months before that, we started feeling the effect of China alternate sourcing coming to India. And that was one avenue which opened so much that all our inquiry base had gone up tremendously. Secondly, after COVID, uh, the opinions really became very, very strong, and people started looking at India as one of the biggest manufacturing hub. So let us not lose hope. All the manufacturing fraternity should not lose hope, because we could become the world's manufacturing destination from the times to come. We could also become world's biggest exporter of healthcare products. This is all the industry experts who are saying this, and I am not the one who's going to lose hopes on that, because if certain sectors are not doing good, there are a whole lot of other sectors who have done very well. For example, e-commerce, for example, agriculture, for example, healthcare, for example, automotive has picked it up. Almost 77 to 80% of their demands have come up, and people might close it around 70 or 80% of their planned demands. And then the biggest of the chunk is IT. IT has been growing. So there are 6 or 7 sectors which are compensating on the losses which other sectors have maybe made it, and then creating that balance in the economy. And that is where these numbers are coming into positives. So yes, this happens in a life cycle of any business or any country. And therefore, my optimism still remains that we will bounce back next year, meaning in April 21 to March 22, we will bounce back, and each of our industry friends will experience all these things, provided they also think in the manner that Arvind Bhai has said, or I'm trying to project it within my own industry, where our inquiry books are very, very floating, or rather bloating, and then we are getting too many such RFQs coming from different countries in Europe and USA. So my take on this is that I am not that U, V, or K type, but I know for sure that India is going to bounce back. If we can't, then who will?
God knows that we need these words of hope and optimism, each one of us. And this has been a very lively, very positive, very optimistic debate. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your views. They have lifted my day, and I believe that they have done the same to our viewers as well. So at the end of it, Atmanirbharta is a goal worth striving for, and we have to begin the change with ourselves as manufacturers. Thank you so much for an engaging debate. You have a very, very great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
आनंद जी, क्वेश्चन आया था
जी
शीट
अच्छा
मेटल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज का। क्वेश्चन है कि इंडियन शीट मेटल मशीनिंग प्रोडक्ट इन ग्लोबल मार्केट
जी
is rely on quality or price,
जी
and when it come Indian machines,
जी
मतलब क्वालिटी पे टिकेगा या प्राइस पे टिकेगा। मैं एग्जांपल इस तरह से दूंगा कि शीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन इंडस्ट्रीज वो इंडियन इकोनॉमी का वन ऑफ द पार्ट है। ऑटोमोबाइल का एक सब्सिडियरी प्रोडक्ट है शीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन इंडस्ट्रीज। इलेक्ट्रिकल पैनल सीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन इंडस्ट्री, तो सीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन इंडस्ट्रीज का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है जीडीपी का ग्रोथ करने के लिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एम्पावर करने के लिए। लेकिन हमारा जो एस्थेटिक लुक सीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन में है वो हम प्रॉपर नहीं कर पा रहे, इसलिए हमें ग्लोबल मार्केट में खड़े रहने के लिए दिक्कत है। और रही बात प्राइस की, तो हमारा मेन पावर, लेबर कॉस्ट एक्सपेंसिव है, रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट एक्सपेंसिव है, और बाकी जो भी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है वो सभी एक्सपेंसिव है। तो प्राइस के तौर पे भी हमको इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे खड़ा रहना हमारे लिए दिक्कत है। और एक हमारा माइंडसेट, आज 1 लाख अगर इंडस्ट्रीज एमएसएमई में शीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन पकड़ते हैं तो मुश्किल से 10 इंडस्ट्रीज ऐसी है जिनको अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बनाना है, बर फ्री बनाना है। आई एम फ्रॉम डीबरिंग बिजनेस। डीबरिंग एंड सरफेस फिनिशिंग इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट इन शीट मेटल फैब्रिकेशन इंडस्ट्रीज। अगर बर फ्री सरफेस नहीं रहा तो हैंडलिंग में एक्सीडेंट होने के चांसेस है, और ये कहा जाता है ह्यूमन हजारियस में। तो ये सिर्फ मल्टीनेशनल और टॉप लेवल कंपनीज में सोच चल रही कि हाउ टू अवॉइड ह्यूमन हजारियस। ये चीज अगर बॉटम पे भी लेके आएंगे तो डेफिनेटली इंडियन शीट मेटल इंडस्ट्रीज ग्लोबल में कॉम्पीट कर पाएंगी। तो हमारी वहां पे भी सोच बदलने की जरूरत है कि हर स्टेज में क्वालिटी कंट्रोल इंप्रूवमेंट चाहिए, और हर स्टेज में अप टू द मार्क, या तो बीट योर बेस्ट, जो भी आप दे सकते हो उसको बीट करके कैसे बेस्ट देना है, इस कंसेप्ट पे जाएंगे तो इंडियन शीट मेटल इंडस्ट्रीज ग्लोबलाइजेशन में एक टॉप 10 के नंबर में आ सकती है, जो आज नहीं है। तो ये किसी ने क्वेश्चन किया था तो मैंने आपको रिप्लाई दिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आनंद जी कुछ और हो तो बताइए।
जी जी नहीं, बहुत इंसाइटफुल था, और इस पर राउंड अप करते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप दोनों का।
थैंक
दिस
यू,
वाज अ वेरी लाइवली डिबेट। थैंक यू सर। हैव अ
थैंक यू,
ब्रिलियंट डे।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
To you, ladies and gentlemen, we have our second panel discussion of this day two of the conference. The topic is something that is much talked about nowadays, and it's very important, not only for supply chain, but for the future of our economy, and most significantly for public health. The topic is COVID-19 vaccination. How ready is India's cold chain infrastructure? We have two industry leaders and experts in supply chain who are with us. I'll introduce them. We have Mr. Prasyun Mukherjee, founder PrepGen, and we have Mr. Rahul Agarwal, director Coolex Cold Chain Limited. I will request the panelists to share their work experience and their background with the audience. I'll start with Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you, Anand, and a warm welcome to all of you in this session. I have been in supply chains for about 34 years, working across several industries, Philips, Alcan, Hindalco, Novelis, and Lafarge Holcim. And in several of the functions which cover supply chains, from manufacturing, operations planning, logistics, and procurement. And I've worked in several geographies, for example, in Switzerland and then in India. And now I have set up my own initiative, which is called PrepChain, which is about consulting, guiding people, advising people on supply chains. And that's how it is. And I did a research in the last 6 months on the vaccine cold chains and came out with a research report. And that's where we sort of come in, and I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Agarwal?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on this panel. So I have been in this industry for last 23 years, predominantly focused on pharma logistics, which includes the movement of your entire range of pharma products, and of course, especially vaccines, which is now the hot topic. And we have one of the largest fleets on ground in terms of pharma cold chain in India, pan-India presence, and we've just entered into the warehousing space for pharma, and coming out with large pharma fulfillment centers across the country, in tie-up with one of the leading real estate players. And we are sort of working on an end-to-end model for the pharma supply chain, right from sourcing of the raw material and the APIs up to the time when the product reaches the stockists and distributors. So this is broadly about us, and back over to you, Anand, for the next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. So to begin with, let's set the background and the tone of the discussion. This topic is about how India's cold chain infrastructure is going to enable the mass immunization program. And this present crisis has brought the subject of India's cold chain infrastructure to the front and center of public debates because of this. For the government's mass immunization program aiming to cover India's 1.35 billion people, as and when it happens, will largely depend on the availability of modern vaccine storage and distribution facilities. So this discussion will look at the current state of cold chain infrastructure in the country and the areas that need to be ramped up for vaccination storage and delivery. I'll pass this over to Mr. Mukherjee to set the background and the current scenario of India's cold chain infrastructure in this context. Mr. Mukherjee?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll straight away try to cover all this with a couple of slides. And you would appreciate when you see these slides that India's preparation has been built on the foundation that India over the last several decades have been in a universal immunization program which covered 26 million infants, newborns, and 30 million pregnant women, which makes it almost like 5 crore people per year, which is a formidable number. If you look at most of the world's other countries, they don't have an universal immunization program. United States, such an advanced country, doesn't have a universal immunization program. So therefore, India starts off on a very good note of having an immunization program in place, which has a cold storage infrastructure. And so that's a very good starting point. And India has done exceedingly well to cover such very different, diverse range of vaccines which had to be given, from diphtheria to BCGs and the MMRs and MRs, and of course the oral polio vaccine as well. Two of the review systems which we have gone through, one is of course the government of India together with the Bill Gates Foundation. There was an INCLEN report, which is a very extensive report on how prepared India is. So if you go through that report, and also the EVM, the Effective Vaccine Management program, which was undertaken in 2017-18, and there is a May report of 2018. So that's the more latest one where you see India's preparations and how India is getting on with the entire infrastructure, distribution, storage, temperature, everything. So I have done research mostly on these two reports and some other reports as well. And the only issue is that the challenge is far bigger, because when you see the entire gamut of where we are moving the stuff, you start off with a recipient or a target group, which has to come to a subcenter or a booth. And then you are talking of number of booths of about 8.2 million booths. And then there has to be in some form that from the primary health centers and the community health centers, which are, let's say, about 25,555. That's a number that we have got. It has to move through vaccine carriers, and the temperature protocols and integrity has to be maintained. And if you move this all up, I'm going a little bit backward, because that's the way we will have to get into the bigger puzzles as it unfolds. That through insulated vans, the vaccines arrive at these primary health centers and the community health centers from the district vaccine stores. And these are also pretty big in number for the whole of India, 666. And that is where you have the real proper cold storage facility for both the temperature ranges +2 to +8 and -15 to -25. That's where the real refrigeration, the infrastructure is there. And then you move up, you have regional stores, and then you have, of course, the state stores, and the primary storage happens in the GMSDs, the government medical stores and depots, where you have 4 in number for the whole of India, from where all the state stores are sort of they are sort of absorbed in those places, and these numbers are pretty big in terms of the state vaccine stores, which should be about 53 in number. So this is, in terms of numbers, you see this, but the complexities of all this needs to be seen in terms of the few very important points captured in the effectiveness of the vaccine management program, which is that you start with the vaccine arrival. And then you look at the storage systems, you look at the temperature protocols and regimes, look at the building and transportation networks that are there. And then you have to look at the repair and maintenance needs of all this entire chain, the practices, the uniformity of the practices. And then you look at the stock management, which itself is a very, very big subject, distribution, vaccine management, MIS, and the other support systems necessary. That's the full gamut of the vaccine chain. So once you start with the receipt, and I would say the receipt happens, if it is coming from outside of India, it will happen in an airport. And then from the airport, it moves over to all these different stocking points. If it is happening from a manufacturing site, it has to move to a primary store from the manufacturing site. And in India, we are talking of 2 to 3 manufacturing sites at the most, or it could be slightly more than that. But the whole of India is so huge. When you look at this whole thing in the form of the flows and the cross flows and some of the prioritization which happens and the demand aggregation and supply aggregation pieces, when you move into, you will find that these movements are not very straight. That means you could actually end up having movements directly from some of these stocking points as well. And so how do you plan that? How do you ensure that supply will meet demand at each of these stocking points? So therefore, you look at the structure of the entire vaccine cold chain, and it is a very, very vertically integrated structure. But there are control points which could be sometimes at the state, sometimes falling between states, and sometimes maybe needs to be more done from the center. So these are the areas where procurement, planning, scheduling, forecasting, indenting, all of that needs to be looked at in form of when you are actually going to reach the numbers that we are talking of, which is 1 billion. So that's where the puzzles and the complexities will start to happen. The other point to note is that there are other participants in the cold chain. And this structure, the infrastructure, as well as the supply chain of the immunization programs, they have not really utilized the rest of the people who are also participating in the same, maybe pharma, maybe food. So how is there a possibility to integrate these two? Is there a way to horizontally collaborate? Instead of a 3PL, think of a 4PL. That's the one tier above, and see how that works out. And there are multiple storage points. There are uniformity of practices which has to be looked into, and all that stuff comes in. I will quickly take you through this slide. Of course, it is a very populated slide with a lot of areas too, and I'll close my talk with this slide only. Then you look at the demand aggregation problem. You want to get vaccinated. You are living in a particular state, in a particular district, and you are maybe in a remote village. You want to get vaccinated. Unless you are connected to a supply network, look at the cost of reaching a vaccine to you through the cold chain. It would be enormous. I mean, you can think of just providing vaccine to anyone freely, but the whole cost has to be estimated. The efficiency of that chain has to be seen. So how do you make this demand aggregated in a manner that you can connect it with the supply? So that's, I call the demand shaping and aggregation and connecting it with the supply, that part of the puzzle. The second is, of course, storage and inventory. And this is an area where a lot of these things have to be looked into: the cold rooms, the cold freezer, the walk-in cooler or the walk-in freezer, or the ice line refrigerator, the reefer or the vaccine carriers. All of that has got temperature protocols, proper systems of storage to be looked at, the inventory norms, the shelf life. How are you having the handshake points done properly? Because every vaccine has to be such that it is stored at a particular temperature band. Only then it makes any sense. And then what is that vaccine arrival report? These are taken from the EVM report as very important parameters to look at. The temperature protocol and regime is very simple, that certain vaccines, like in the past, the OPV vaccine, it only survived between -5 to -25 as a storage temperature zone. Now, we are having vaccines which will probably have different temperature zones. Now, how do you create capabilities of the system to see that you are able to store it at the right temperature band? And till the time it is actually given, a person gets administered a particular vaccine. Before that, you will have to maintain that temperature protocol. So you may get the vaccine at a certain temperature, it arrives in an airport, maybe in a cold chamber, but then thereafter, the whole temperature protocol and regime has to be maintained. And then we went, when the studies were done on the way the whole refrigeration systems, uh, for example, voltage stabilizers, the power supply needed, which is a constant power supply that needs to be needed. Are the people trained? So those are the very important points. And then during transfers, what happens? Then the next piece is, of course, supply planning, which is a very, very important piece. And there you connect it with logistics. And I'll talk less of logistics because Mr. Agarwal will talk about it. But I'll leave one single point that logistics is the most important piece. Because unless logistics is efficient, you will not be able to transport between 2 points. And India is a very, very large and diverse country. And how do you create the visibility as well? On the procurement part, I leave with a thought that procurement is centralized, but at the same time, a little bit decentralized as well, because there are these different pockets who have to plan their own stuff. And then finally, the vaccine management system, the training and skills of people, and how do you create a post-vaccination program as well. So this is the overall picture that I wanted to create. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for presenting a very clear and descriptive picture of the landscape. Rahul, what is your overview of the state of cold chain infrastructure and how prepared it is for the immunization program?
Thank you, Anand. So I think Mr. Mukherjee has covered almost all of what I would also have had to say, very descriptive and very precise. But yeah, I'll add a couple of points. So see, we are talking about India having an existing UIP plan and existing infrastructure, and Mr. Mukherjee also mentioned that India has been successful in doing 4 to 5 crore immunization quantities a year, and we're talking of going from 5 crores to 130 crores. And we're also talking of most of the vaccine candidates coming at either double dose or now even triple dose, basis the recent press briefing of the health secretary and the member Niti Aayog a couple of days back. So you're talking of anywhere between 2.5 billion to 3 billion doses, and you're talking of products coming in multiple temperature ranges, right from say a Serum Institute and a Zydus bringing in the vaccines at +2 to 8. You're looking at maybe the Moderna and the Sputnik, which coming at -20. You're talking about the Pfizer vaccine, which is coming at -70 to -90. While the government may have been running certain vaccination drives, say maybe polio or oral polio again, which are at two different temperature ranges, where the original polio vaccine is at -20, and now the OPV is at +2 to 8. So the larger challenge is one, that the quantum is about 30x of what the government has been doing as estimated, and again 30x into 2, because you're talking about 2, so it's about 50 to 60 times of what is being done. And you're talking of a limited infrastructure. And I think so what was happening in the last couple of months was there was a lot of speculation in the market. There were a lot of private sector players, a lot of global freight forwarders, speculating on what the scenario would be, what would be the role that they would play in this whole program. So obviously everyone wants to build a good future business model, and in reality, well, based on what recently we heard in the press briefing, and I was fortunate to be on a call with the principal scientific advisor of the PM yesterday on a panel where we actually spoke about the PPP, and there has been some level of openness from the government now to look at a private public partnership in this secondary leg, because, and as Mr. Mukherjee mentioned, the primary chain where either the goods would get say imported into India or manufactured locally, the primary transportation from that point to the GMDC or the state hubs, the first leg which the government would probably accept the medicines at, will broadly be taken care by private sector players like us and so many others, who are in the trucking mode or the air mode, depending on the quantities. And I think that capacity broadly exists in India, because we are not looking at a program which ends in a couple of months. We are talking of a minimum 2-year outlay at the minimum. And as a couple of the senior veterans from the pharma industry said that this should be at least a 5-year program. So again, that's a speculative number. We are talking of anywhere between 2 years to 5 years. But yes, the government has said that this is definitely more than a 1-year program. So at best, we are talking about 2 years. So we are talking of actually, doing a primary distribution of these vaccines over a period of 24 months. Again, subject to availability, and we all know that there are about 90 plus vaccine candidates globally which are, in the race. We are now looking at a lot of co-brands which are now merging and saying that, okay, let's combine and, build larger quantities. You're talking of, say, a Serum Institute, which is saying that, look, I already do one of the world's largest vaccines. So, I would like to, do more. They're talking about at least 2 candidates from their end itself. And generally, the feedback that we've seen is that India would be one of the large points of origin for these vaccines. And while it would be well equipped to cater to its own internal consumption, but eventually India would also be a net exporter of these vaccines to a lot of the developing countries. So from capability and availability point of view, I think India is at a fairly decent position. Also keeping in mind that India has one of the highest recovery rates and the lowest debt rates. And that speaks, very well for the country, because we are also one of the largest populations in the world, probably second largest. So, in such a scenario, if we are still able to maintain numbers, and we are also going to be the largest vaccine, manufacturer, one of the largest vaccine manufacturers, I think the real challenge for the government is to sort of ramp up or scale up the secondary distribution, which is from these original or primary government stock points to the tertiary points. And then, of course, while the government has mentioned in the last press briefing that they are looking at about 1.5 lakh workers in the front line from the total, number of 3 lakhs that they have, because they intend to keep 50% for the existing programs which are going on. I mean, you have about 30 million childbirths a year, so that's 3 crores, which is an ongoing process year on year. So as Mr. Mukherjee mentioned, 5 crores. It's a part of the existing and the new births that sort of get catered to. So probably that figure is quite accurate. And so those will continue with those 1.2 lakh frontline workers, and these additional 1.5 would probably be used for this program. But when you're talking of the sheer volumes, I think the government will need to tie up with a lot of private players who have labs and hospitals across India, who at a national level, say, the likes of the Apollos and, those kind of, maybe even the diagnostic companies which are already doing COVID testing, which would probably just help augment the process. Of course, the government can control the, availability of the vaccine and, through the COVID, which is now in play. And we also had a discussion with the government yesterday on the panel. We said that, look, while your COVID platform is very good and it's integrated, linked to the Arogya Setu and maybe the Aadhaar and so many other, tech platforms which will help, sort of control, because I think the Aadhaar has the largest reach in terms of population coverage in India. So ideally, the Aadhaar would be the right point of, control. But we have said that, the COVID should be an open platform, because when the pharma company imports the product, he's already carrying a data trail from, say, Russia or from the US when the vaccine is coming in terms of the temperatures and the conditions in it which are stored. And then you have a clearance at the port, and then you have a transportation, and then you have a storage at the government point. So the entire chain has to be linked like a blockchain, where, the ledgers are all available on one platform. So down to the last vial, you should be able to say that, look, when this vial originated from Russia and now it is being dispensed in, say, a remote village in Bihar, this is the continuity trail. And I think since COVID is a platform, it has to be open to accepting data from the various stakeholders who will eventually, upload the data to their part of the journey thereof. And that will what will make the, program very successful. So yes, tech will play a very important role. I think QR coding is very important for the product, when the manufacturers make it. And I think India needs to make it mandatory, not just for the India manufacturing, but also for the incoming consignments, that, there should be a QR coding or a tracing program, which, helps you trace it down to the vial level. Because See, the larger challenge now, which is being faced and which the government also acknowledges, is that post the immunization, the sort of the behavior of the patient, what is he going through or what is she going through, is the larger challenge, not just in India but globally, because you are bringing something in a year which usually would take 10 years to sort of test and stabilize. So that is the larger challenge. I think the supply chain, and as Mr. Mukherjee also mentioned, that India has a decent supply chain, probably better than most of the countries. uh, Scaling up is the only question, and I'm sure the government is already in the process, because when we spoke to the panel yesterday, and we had two cabinet ministers also on the panel, so that shows a seriousness. We had some of the big manufacturers like Serum Institute and Cipla on the panel. We had McKinsey and a couple of other advisors on the panel. So there is a good amount of seriousness that the government is saying that, look, I need to do a multifold exercise from what I'm doing, and I need to gear up, and I should invite the private sector to sort of help us do this, and that's the right way forward. So again, going back, the challenge would be for the post immunization or post dispensation of this vaccine. One of the questions that also came up on that panel is, that the government has to devise a very strong legal framework for the sort of legal implications that would arise out of patients suffering post the immunization, because that litigation will be a very big factor in this whole exercise, again, because you're doing it in a very short span of time and you're actually chartering into unknown territory. So I think these are my takes, that yes, the supply chain is there, it has to be scaled up. It is the time, we still have time, because I think at the government points, if they're sitting on, say, one freezer or a couple of freezers, because they are talking about multi-temp activity, they need to scale up those quantities. I think if the government has X number of dispensation points, they need to, at least when you're looking at a 50-fold 60-fold activity, at least the government should at first like scale up 10-fold, so that there is no herd situation. You don't have a situation like a farmers agitation, where you got 10,000 people sitting outside that place and saying humko pehle de do vaccine. So those things will come up, because it's all here, and when we see that vaccine is being given, just like when the COVID testing was happening, we all know what happened in the beginning. There was a queue and there was a mess, and the same thing is going to happen for the vaccination. And then again, the question is, the commercial angle, where the government would probably want to give it to the frontline workers at the government's expense. And then there was also talks about one of the members in the panel yesterday saying that if the richer population is able to pay, then let the urban hospitals have the authority to sort of procure certain quantities, and give it to them, because then you are building two channels and you are catering to a more larger audience at the same time, partially which people who are paying, and partially people who would want it free. And there was also a debate around the military, because countries like the US and Australia are actively considering the military, because it is a generally known fact that the logistics of the military is a very disciplined and a very well organized sort of practice. They work in very difficult terrains, unlike a typical logistics that you do in country. They are doing it in hilly regions, they are doing it in water terrains, they are doing it in very harsh environments. And whether bringing in the military as a backup or as a ancillary sort of help to just bring in the discipline into that activity is another thought process that GOI is also thinking in line with what other countries are thinking. And this is broadly what I see as the scenario today. So over to you again, Anand, and thanks for this.
Thank you, Rahul. I think the work of the panel is done. Now we can all go home because everything is answered. So now I'm
I
the
don't know.
tough
I mean, we are
task.
still in a very unknown space, so it's still
So I have this
evolving.
yeah, yeah. So and it's a great thing that both of you are from the industry, and the picture in the industry is has started becoming clearer in the past 1 or 2 months only, because as this crisis struck us, I think India's cold chain infrastructure was very much staggered and mostly designed to deliver fruits and vegetables, perishables mostly. And as far as the immunization program is concerned, the cold chain infrastructure was designed to enable immunization of mainly infants. So my my point is, my question is that this was like everything in the year 2020. This is, as you rightly said, this is unknown territory. And if there is anything that this year has taught us, that there is no such thing as a clear vision of the future. I want to ask you, gentlemen, is that as the crisis hit us, and for the private sector players in the cold chain industry, when did this realization start to sink in that we need to be geared up, look at the current state of infrastructure, and what could be the plans for the future, and how much time for preparation that you had in order to be able to uh, rise up to the expectations? So can you give us a sense of how this year has been in terms of your industry and its preparedness? I'll start with Mr. Mukherjee.
So I will speak on behalf of the industry, although I have not the experience of working in a cold chain industry, but I will say that how the industry, for my research and other things, I know that basically on the primary leg, which Rahul mentioned, the primary leg is pretty simple, and that's going to be the sort of the easiest part of the whole journey. And I think a lot of work has happened on the primary part so far. And the other part of the journey, which is the hazy area, because that's an area where you are getting into too many stakeholders. And that is and especially the last leg or the leg before that. These are very, very hazy areas to work on. I don't think the industry as a complete body or even individually also, they have sort of worked very comprehensively in those areas. But I can tell you that on the technology area, there have been some people who have been thinking about it. And what Rahul mentioned, that without a technology solution to this problem, this is not going to work the way you have immunized 5 crore people. If you want to work with too many stakeholders into your fold, which will be part of your logistics network, you better prepare yourself on the technology area. And that is in bits and pieces. Some people have thought about it, but not very comprehensively. So both on the technology area and in the first mile and in the mid mile, I think the constructive work is, to be very honest, honestly speaking, is yet to sort of take a proper shape.
Rahul?
Yeah, so see, I'll give you an example of India versus the US, and if you look at the US markets, they have about 3 large distributors who control 95% of the pharma industry or the pharma distribution. So you have the McKesson's and, the likes of them, when McKesson is the largest sort of pharma distributor. And the value of business that the US does is about 11 times of what India does. So while India is looking at about a $40 billion, pharma domestic market, the US is already a $500 billion market. So when you look at the sheer size of a McKesson, which is probably, you can say about 8 to 10 times of the India market itself, standalone, and they have taken the sort of rights, or they have taken the distribution rights from the government of the US to handle the entire vaccine program in the US. Right. Now in India, if you look at a market which is 1/10 of the US market, and you've got 20,000 distributors in that, you can understand that how fragmented the market is. You've got small distributors, you've got stockists, you've got sub stockists, you've got super stockists. It's extremely fragmented, and it is trade controlled. The AIOCD, which sort of controls the chemists and the associations. So it's going to be very difficult for the private sector to actually take this whole platform down. And ideally the secondary needs to, and which is the hazy part as was mentioned, that needs to really be controlled by the government, because else it will lead to a lot of a lot of issues such as pilferage, counterfeiting, and those kind of things. Because today also India does have 8 to 10% of counterfeited medicines, and which is a very huge number when you're looking at a $40 billion market. So if you go back, say in June, July, and you look at the situation, that was a time where people start thinking, okay, there is going to be a vaccine, there's going to be something that is coming out, and then people started talking, and everyone started throwing in numbers. And then finally, when you came to about September, October, that's the time when people said, okay, we've gone into the phase trials, and phase 1 ho gaya, and phase 2 is coming on. And I think by the time we reached November, the government also started sharing input. So I think it was right from the government's point not to speculate till the time we really knew that something's happening, and otherwise that would have created a further panic. And we spent more time in sort of controlling the deaths and controlling the cases by various lockdowns and other methods. And when the government probably realized that yes, the vaccines are a reality, and by end December, Jan, we should have some products actually coming onto the ground for the frontline workers. That's when they eased out the whole movement of the people, and trains started moving, and the airlines also started opening up. So I think one is that the government has done the very right sort of process flow, or the way they started closing and opening up the whole sector. From the logistics perspective, see, again, we were also not sure what kind of dosages will be required, or what kind of sheer volumes will be required till as early as the beginning of November, so about a month back. And that's when information started trickling in, and that's when we started planning that, look, you will need portable cold rooms which consume very little power. You will need these passive cooling boxes for the tertiary movements, where the midwives and the nurses will actually take those vaccine boxes from the the last point of the government to the villages, because there's a lot of rural coverage that is required, where you maybe you don't even have electricity, so it has to be passive boxes. And we have actually come out with a design for a -20 box, which we are launching in the next 2-3 days, which can actually hold the temperature for 4 days, which is a very good achievement compared to typical 24-48 hour scenario that we had in India. And these are reusable boxes, so from the cost perspective also, it's a very unique proposition. Typically these passive boxes take about 3 days to charge, and in our case we are doing it in less than 8 hours. So it's a very disruptive model that we've come out with, and we will be going to the market with that very shortly. The primary logistics, again, we have about 300 reefers, so we are geared up to cover the market. One, because the origin is not just one location. We are seeing manufacturing happening in Gujarat, we are seeing manufacturing happening in Hyderabad, we are seeing manufacturing happening in Pune. We are seeing also Himachal now, which is coming up, because that's probably where the Sputnik is going to be manufactured by one of the partners, probably Dr. Reddy's. So you're seeing a pan-India, sort of origin for these vaccines. So since the trucks go from A to B, we are getting a back freight from the vaccines itself, and that's what makes the sort of logistics a lot more easier. Unlike a typical movement, and Mr. Mukherjee would agree that in cement it's a very regional movement, right? So you got to have dedicated axles and things which just work on a kilometer run. But in this case, it will be a different logistics, because you have a crisscross movement, and we already exist in the market of vaccines, right? So it's just an augmentation of our assets, or more efficient use of the assets to sort of cover up the volumes. And I think the government has also been actively planning in the number of freezers and coolers, and those kind of activities that the government requires to do to gear up. And I think the government has done a partnership with the states. It's a central state sort of like a relationship, where the states have been told that, look, your population better than us. You know the ground realities. You know which are the pockets where you have larger concentrations of populations. So why don't you go ahead and plan what kind of infrastructure you need to upgrade. And we will sort of come into that whole program of the vaccine on a revenue share model. This is broadly what we are seeing. So let's say a vaccine is costing 500 rupees, and there is X amount of margin riding on it, or X amount of buffer riding on it. The state government would probably be given a share per vial in terms of the actual immunization. So that money can be used to actually gear up on the infra which will be needed. So like the BMC was already talking about building something in Bombay, and so also Pune and Nagpur, and maybe southern parts of Maharashtra. So if you take a state like Maharashtra, probably the government needs to have 6 to 8 primary points, and then on at the district levels and at a tertiary level. So that's how I think every state would need to gear up. And from what we are also told by the government yesterday in the call, is that right up to the district level, or even the block development level, the detailed training sessions and the discussions have already gone through. And the government claims, which I mean, of course, that's from their side, is that by the 15th of December, they should be broadly geared up to take this whole onslaught of the volumes. And looking at the larger share of volumes coming in post March, I think the government still has more time to gear up these facilities. And I think if they've been doing a good job at these 5 crores, I'm sure that and looking at them wanting to do, say, probably half the population in this current year, they should broadly be ready. So this is what my take is.
Great. Now, when you said that by March, a certain number of volumes should be coming in, uh, to understand more about that part, as we understand, there are three, from government's perspective, there are three vaccines under consideration for emergency use authorization. Uh, is for our viewers. Now, they are one is Covishield, which is from Oxford and AstraZeneca. The other one is Covaxin from Bharat Biotech and Pfizer, and the third is Pfizer and BioNTech. Now, out of these three, uh, the AstraZeneca's vaccine and Bharat Biotech's vaccine, they can be transported at normal temperatures of 2 degrees to 8 degrees Celsius. The Pfizer one will need to be transported at ultra cold temperature protocols. Uh, so I do understand that the private sector largely has a supportive role to play and not the decision making role to play. But if one had to prepare a strategic roadmap, considering these points that I just mentioned, that there are three vaccines in consideration, one will require two doses. There are so many unknown variables. What should be the best way to go about it in terms of building in redundancies, foreseeing the challenges that will come up along the way, the ambitious, huge goal of immunizing more than 1 billion people? What should have been or what should be the right way to go, and what should be the challenges one should expect along the way? Uh, Mr. Mukherjee?
So I'll be very direct and I'll be short and crisp on this answer, on this question, that India's capability in the temperature ranges between minus 15 to minus 25 was only in the case of the polio, and rest of the vaccines that India has administered so far has been always in the range of plus 2 to plus 8. So the capability that India has built up is in that range, plus 2 to plus 8 in terms of the storage. And so therefore, when you move a vaccine which is stored at plus 2 to plus 8 and you administer it at a point which will be in a booth, that vaccine without any sort of cold storage can last for 24 to 48 hours. That's been the range in which India has worked. Now, if you are straddled with a vaccine which requires a far lower temperature, then India's cold storage entire infrastructure has to be definitely looked into in far, far greater detail, and the capability building and assessment has to be done. And I leave it to Rahul to explain that in details, because my sense is that if you move into a low temperature zone, in a situation where your existing capacity, which was currently doing about 5 crores a year, has to be ramped up to anything to, let's say, 20, 30, 40 crores, the cold storage needs, and it can never be that you are ramping up your throughput, whereas your cold storage capacity will not ramp up at the same rate. It doesn't make sense in a supply chain. So therefore, clearly, we will have to assess and take the corrective steps there.
Rahul?
Yeah. So see, firstly, from what I have heard as of today morning, the number of candidates that have been actively put under consideration by DGCI or the Government of India is 9, of which one Pfizer is the one which requires the minus 70 to minus 90, and the remaining 8 are split between plus 2 to 8 and minus 20. So the Covaxin from Bharat Biotech is actually at minus 20 and not 2 to 8 as we speak. So, and as Mr. Mukherjee said, there is a decent capability at plus 2 to 8, and there is a relatively smaller capability at minus 20. But these two ranges are what the government has worked on in different volumes and in different geographies in India. And I think even when you look at the Pfizer vaccine, which is likely to come into India, from what we've heard from Pfizer itself and from the markets and the information available on media, the quantities coming into India will be relatively much smaller. Now, minus 70 to minus 90 requires either a cryo solution or a dry ice solution. And obviously the timelines for the dry ice is 24 to 48 hours. So it's a rather big challenge. And I think from what we hear is that the availability of the Pfizer vaccine would broadly be restricted to mega cities, like your Bombays and Delhis, where, one, the availability of dry ice is also there. And, there the, urban population which can afford that vaccine, because Pfizer would not come under a DCGI pricing, and they would probably want to do it at their global pricing, and that's what broadly it seems. If you look at the other vaccines, and most of them which are being manufactured either independently in India or with some sort of partnership, and which come in the 2 to 8 and minus 20 brackets. Again, it's just a question of the secondary infrastructure being upgraded, because at the primary level, Again, -20 and 228 in terms of the trucking capabilities or the air movement capabilities does exist. Uh, uh, at our end, we also have trucks which are dual chamber, dual temp capable. So we can do -20 and 228 in the same vehicle at the same time. So those capabilities also exist in India, not just with us, but with other players as well. And as far as the passive cooling is concerned, and as Mr. Mukherjee said that, at till some time back, the capabilities existed with a shelf life of 24 to 48 hours, but products have now come out in the market very recently, which can go up to 96 hours also. So that sort of eases the burden of, quickly wanting to, use that vaccine before the timeline expires, because you have a little more buffer. So when you're moving from these tertiary points to the absolute rural points, I think, there, that 3.5, 4 days timeline gives a sense of relief. So, the wastages can be reduced and there would be better visibility on the product. Because you also have to consider one factor, that there is going to be a good amount of wastage also in this, volume that comes in. So if you're looking at the current, vaccine industry, which is broadly at 2 to 8, you have about 3 to 4% wastage. But when you're looking at a -20 as a major flow, you are looking at a wastage that can go up to 10%. So when you talk about 2.6 billion vials, you're talking of 2.6 billion plus 10%. So that is also another factor that has to be, considered. And, obviously the supply chain will be the sort of culprit, which is always blamed for any of these, losses. But then that's where the, challenge lies, and that's where the government needs to sort of build up. And which is why they have now opened up to this thought that, yes, probably there should be some sort of PPP in this secondary leg. And maybe, let the experts handle that. And we've also suggested to the government yesterday that there should be a sort of panel which, brings in a couple of private experts, maybe one or two from the logistics side, because logistics is the key function, one or two from the manufacturing side, because they are the ones who will actually give the product, and the third one would be, from the immunization side, where, companies like Apollo hospitals have already been pitching that, we would like to be a partner there. Now there is one more challenge, which we haven't spoken about, is the bio waste. So when you're talking about 2.6 billion syringes and 2.6 billion vials going into the markets, you also need to understand that, that's the sheer volume of bio waste which will be generated, which needs to be sort of addressed. So on the reverse haul, post the immunization, the government has to very actively plan how they will address that problem, because, that will also have a very strong environmental impact. And I think that's another sort of after effect or aftermath of this whole immunization program, is that what are we going to do with that quantity of, the cotton and the syringes and the vials and, all those kind of bio waste and the gloves, because this is going to be in billions, not just that 5 crores that the government has been doing. So you're also talking of a, 20, 30, 40 time fold in terms of wastage that has to be addressed. So yes, big challenges, but I think the good part is that the government is talking about these issues. They have realized, they've addressed past some of these issues they are in the process of addressing. I think the wastage issues will start coming 3 months, 4 months down the line when the quantity starts ramping up. So as I mentioned, that the government has time, in tandem with the private sector, they should plan this out. I think if you're going to outsource some of the, immunization to organized private players, they would also take care of the wastage, because that's part of their SOPs, and it would be, better managed, and it would be, the management would be more visible and traceable, in terms of, if I have generated a lot of waste, what am I doing with it? Am I just going and dumping it somewhere to get rid of it, or am I actually, addressing it as per the environmental requirements, whatever the destruction process may be. So you will need a lot of destruction centers also for these, which need to be created. So again, another business model for the industry. And this is broadly what I feel that is the future ahead.
Great points. Mr. Mukherjee, as Rahul brought up one idea among the many of, let's say, forming a panel where you have the manufacturers, the logistics players, and the government all participating. And this is so exemplary and telling that among all the industries who face this crisis, intra-industry collaboration, inter-industry collaboration, cross-functional collaboration is one thing that has come up for everyone to be able to face something that is so unknown and sudden. Now, from the cold chain industry's point of view, obviously their realization is also very sudden and the ramping up has to be quick as well. What are the areas in the cold chain industry you feel that will need to be ramped up in the private sector for them to be able to realize this aim?
So I think we have covered most of these areas. If you look at from the private sector, I mean, this entire vaccine cold chain is actually in the government area and zone so far. I mean, if you look at the immunization program, there were some outsourcing of some of this vehicle needs to some extent, but there were no outsourcing of any cold storage. There was no outsourcing of any other form of infrastructure, but there was outsourcing of some of the people. So if you look at currently what will
Need is
there,
now.
you need some constant flow of trained people. So there has to be some people from the cold storage industry to be able to create that supply of right skills and right sort of blend of those skills which will be required, and the training modules as well, because this is something where you just give an untrained person, he doesn't even know how to monitor temperature. There is no sense. The second is the refrigeration area, and this is an area I always feel that the rest of the cold chain has got capabilities, and whatever temperature range that Rahul was talking of, the rest of the cold chain has got huge amount of capability, and that is there for asking, and that's something where the partnership has to evolve. The logistics part is the most important part, because as Rahul was saying, that the wastes that happen, the majority of the waste, if you see in the EVM report or even in Bill Gates Foundation that report, is because of these kind of differences. It starts at some point with a certain temperature band. When it is received, it is at a completely out of band picture. And the vaccine arrival itself, the receipt, the exact timings of the receipt. So how do you plan the logistics? How do you ensure that the trucks are indented in a manner that they are sequenced properly? And then you have a visibility of the flow. And then when the receipt happens, it is all not bunched up. So this logistics area, I feel, is an area either through technology or through other means, and the ramping up of the capacity also. Because I don't see that the earlier model, the way it was designed for a fixed number. I mean, you never had more than 26 million infants being born. So it was a very fixed number. You're tuned to that number. It's like a drum beat. But then it's a new number now. So we'll have to sort of open your eyes and look at what other forms of transportation will be possible. And it is just not the reefer trucks. It's also about the insulated vans. Any other form which can actually give you the same sort of output as the stipulated temperature zones are concerned. So a host of areas to work on. I feel that refrigeration, logistics, training, areas like repair maintenance, I don't know, because the cold storage repair maintenance itself is a huge, you're talking of a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year program. And most of the problems that happened was because of the repairs and maintenance and the preventive maintenance program not being there. Or think of the uniformity of the practices by which temperature is monitored itself. So how do you create those skills in those areas, get the right people in, right stakeholders in, and the government kind of has a handshake with those and has a way of working together with those kind of stakeholders. That's where our focus has to be.
Thank you. Rahul, your thoughts on this?
So I think broadly we've covered everything, and it's basically the government has to also plan the infrastructure keeping in mind the population clusters in, in the picture, because you would have certain rural areas where the population is very small, and you will have certain rural areas where the population is very large. So even the number of freezers or the cold rooms or the number of manpower that you need to do the immunization program has to be matched. So, and it's a big challenge because populations are changing, it's dynamic, you also got migration happening, you got so many other things happening. So what census may have been done say 3 years back is not true for today. And in a city like Bombay, I think even if you're going to put up 20 centers across the city, it's still not going to be enough, because that's the kind of volumes that you're going to have to handle. So you'll have to have a separate thought process for urban, you'll have to have a separate thought process for semi-urban, for rural, and then you're leaving a lot of it to the purview of the state governments. And today there are a lot of state governments which have sort of you know dynamic relationship with the center, and those things, the political angle also will influence the whole thing. Because I was talking to one of the very large pharma company CEOs, and he was talking about a particular product which was being imported and in short supply, and he was seeing the kind of pressure that politicians would put on him to make that product being available in their state was something which was very difficult, because fighting with a politician in a particular state and not giving him that stock also brings its own repercussions, right, in a country like India. So, and when you're talking about COVID vaccine, which is a matter of life and death, I think those pressures will be multifold. So there is
Correct.
also about
And
dealing with political pressure, which will be an impact, because since the state governments will have certain powers to give procurement quantities to the pharma companies, there would also be a challenge of in fighting between the states. I would want more quantity and I would less quantity, and obviously that's an initial phase in the first 5-6 months, after which the volumes will stabilize. But then that's another challenge that I think private sector will have to put up with, which would also then include logistics. So suppose I am a logistics player originating out of Bombay, there could be pressure from the local state government saying that आप बॉम्बे वाले हो, आप दूसरे स्टेट को प्रायोरिटी कैसे दे रहे हो. So I mean, I'm just visioning out so many other relative issues that can build up, and this has happened in the past, and not just about India, it's about anywhere in the world. When the Pfizer vaccine was the first to hit the road, there was a lot of I mean, it probably has cost somebody an election also, and so those are things which will sort of build into the
so,
whole equation. So those are the
so
sort of
that is
disruptors which will come in.
so that is an overall perspective as to what will need to be
Yeah.
ramped up. From an industry perspective, what are the weak areas in your view that will need to be strengthened? And what are the new things that the industry is going to learn? Like Mr. Mukherjee spoke about some of the areas. For instance, the collaboration across organizations, something that the government is very well equipped to do, but the private sector, for example, in a particular industry is not equipped to do. And we have seen that in these
True.
times. For example, I'll give you an example of the additive manufacturing industry, that when the need arose for masks and PPE kits and ventilators, for example, and from my conversation with manufacturers across the board, aerospace, defense, and automotive, who had the wherewithals and the infrastructure to do this, but they did not have this thing to get the designs in place and the approvals in place, but they all got together because of the hyper connectivity that we have nowadays, WhatsApp and this and that. And the engineers in some part of the world, in Europe, for example, they started to share designs of ventilators, and everything got democratized because the world needed these solutions and equipment yesterday. Now, in the cold chain industry, this is something similar that the industry is facing. That suddenly the crisis is so huge, everybody's impacted. Now one cannot just say that we have this much of infrastructure. Everybody will have to step up. So what are the kind of collaborations in such a competitive environment, in such a fragmented environment of supply chain, and that in the cold chain, which is even more fragmented? What are the collaborations happening within? How are you talking to stakeholders across? And what are the areas that need to have such collaborations to be able to step up to the challenge? Rahul?
So, see, I'll give you an example that when this whole COVID vaccine situation came in, and we were broadly doing the ground trucking for the pharma companies in the cold chain, and we realized that we needed to get in these passive cooling solutions customized to this COVID vaccine for for the right time. And we were approached by one of the passive box manufacturers who was predominantly working in the food sector, and he wanted to sort of enter into the pharma sector. And then we forged a partnership where we said, look, we'll bring in the domain expertise to help you build that right product for the pharma vaccine movement, and you use your expertise in terms of the product knowledge itself to sort of design the right product. And then we gave him certain specifications that, look, these are what these boxes do today, and this is what we would like it to do. So like from that 48-hour timeline, when we were able to move to a 96-hour timeline, and while we did a lot of stability studies in this lockdown period, and we were actually able to come out with a box which is very unique to the world, I would say, and very adapt and very out there for the the specific COVID vaccine movement at the -20. And these boxes have now gone to trials for with companies like MQR, which is coming out with the Moderna format at -20, and we are also now going to approach Sputnik and Bharat Biotech for these products. And I'm very confident that this will be a very good solution for the right up to the tertiary point, which the government may also want to take, because as I said, we are giving you a 4-day shelf life, which is almost equal to any truck which moves across from Bombay to Guwahati, which is the longest journey in India. and that's the lifeline of these boxes, which actually makes the viability much more stronger. We are giving these boxes with the live tech, so it integrates with the co-win app, and the data is directly given to the government. And I think one of the good things that the government is doing into building this collaborative platform is that they've said, look, we have the technology platform, you can all come onto that. And now we have the state center state network, where these, as Mr. Mukherjee mentioned in his earlier slides, that the GMDC and the state points are already mapped. So there is a data available that, okay, there are about X number of warehouses which GMDC has, there are Y number of warehouses the state government has, which covers the primary storage points, and thereon then the ramp up needs to happen to the tertiary points. So I think rather than, like in our case for the box, we directly collaborated with one of the partners and came out with a joint solution. But on the overall perspective, I think the platform where we have suggested to the government to bring in the experts from each of the fields and then let them do the aggregation is what I mean. Of course, there would be a common price point, so the government can sort of give out a price point that, okay, when it comes to a reefer box truck, this is the price per kilometer for a particular size of vehicle that the government will offer. So then that becomes a benchmark for the collaboration. The same way for the reefer boxes or the cold rooms that the government may need to procure. The same way for the manpower which will do the immunization program. So if the government can come out with some sort of a base platform and put in a couple of experts, like, and when we were talking about the manufacturers and the logistic players and the actual dispensation part, we also should include the advisors and the consultants, because they will play an important role in also sort of bringing together. And which is why the government is talking, you would be happy to know that some of the top four or the big four who are the advisors, all four of them have got an implant in the Prime Minister's office, who are actually sitting and ideating with the government, and at senior partner levels, where on a daily basis there's some sort of interaction between us and the other stakeholders, saying that look, this is what the government wants to do. And so it's a very interactive platform. And I think if the government accepts our suggestion of adding on to these stakeholders onto the platform, things will move very fast.
Last question, before the one that I'm going to ask you, which everyone wants to know about, as to how long will it take for the entire country to be inoculated, uh, because nobody is in a better position than you in the private sector, being a part of the things that are going on. So the question before that is that what are the positive implications and impact of this whole experience of stepping up and ramping up the infrastructure in such a short period of time. And this crisis has upended entire industries and markets. And in the beginning, I remember speaking to the manufacturers at the beginning of the crisis and asking them, what do you think the recovery will look like? So they said that it should be V-shaped. Everything will come to a stop, and then there'll be a sudden rise after the vaccine is available. Then, after a few months, people started to see a U-shaped recovery, and it will be a gradual upturn. Now, people are seeing and talking about a K-shaped recovery. That some people are consolidating and succeeding. People who are better digitized, for example, and some people are going downhill because they were not prepared. You know. So my question to you for the cold chain industry is that what are the positive or and the negative implications and things, the impact that this crisis will have on the cold chain industry that you see in the medium and the long term, Mr. Mukherjee?
I think you had a very sort of a wide range of things that you covered in your question, but I'll limit myself to just the cold chain and the industry around that. And here I only see positives happening, because I see that when you are embarking on a program to sort of cover 1.3 billion people, this is something where the cold chain industry will be really, really benefited out of everything that will happen from now on. The issue is, and the positive is, that in the past, there was no technology which was available to connect people. Even if you wanted to do it also, it would have been very, very difficult. Today, you have the technology. You can connect stocking points, you can connect vehicles, you can have visibility. And India and the government of India has shown the eagerness to sort of get into these kind of things, right up to blockchain. So even if blockchain doesn't happen, at least the least that we can expect is the use of technology, which will give us far better visibility of the puzzles and how can industry step in to solve those puzzles, whether in the logistics space or in the storage space. Just the sheer understanding of the puzzles quickly and solving them so that at least the wastage can be reduced, because the wastage is the area which will actually determine whether India would be able to do something faster or slower. If the logistics waste cannot be managed, if the storage waste cannot be managed, India will take enormous amount of time. So I see only positives, and the way India has progressed in the last, let's say, 6 to 8 months, whatever you may talk about the recovery, etc., with such a large, diverse country, which was already going through several of the disruptions which have come in the last several years, India has done exceedingly well, I would say, in the post March, May, June, and in the last quarter. Everybody's talking about a positive than the last year's this same quarter. So I think on top of that, if the vaccine administration, the use of the entire cold chain to be able to reach out very quickly and efficiently, it's going to be only positives for this industry.
It's a very optimistic note. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Rahul?
So I'll give you a small perspective. There was a conference a couple of years back where, I was, this was organized by the Ministry of Food Processing, and Honorable Minister was herself there in that panel. And she had said that, look, India sees about 25 to 30% of wastage in food in the supply chain, which could also be from the farmer to the mandi, and it could also be from the vaccine from the primary to the tertiary point. So either ways. And she said that, look, if we can just plug this wastage, we are covering 5 years of additional demand, in terms of the demand for foods that will grow. So, the quantity that India needs to produce 5 years hence is being addressed today. So, the option of putting food in everybody's mouth, becomes a reality. The same way when you go back to the vaccines, and today, if India has been able to achieve a standard where the vaccine wastage in India is probably a single digit number, and obviously, yes, with the COVID vaccine coming in at a very large scale, we have to ensure that we contain these numbers. I mean, it has to be a collaborative effort. And a classic example is, where we were able to get this box partner, who's again a global player, to come and tie up with us and say that, let's do this together, because, it's very simple that united we stand and divided we fall. And we were at a situation for the first time in the history of this planet where, one fine day there was a break put on the movement of the planet, and we said, okay, there's a stop. And how resilient are we? Can we break this chain and come back? And there were lots of interim solutions which the world came out with this lockdowns and social distancing, and then there were your remdesivirs and the flavipirs of the world, which were temporary solutions to control the COVID vaccine. And then now you've got a vaccine which has, during that 6 months time, we've actually been able to say, okay, now we have the vaccine. So I think from when you look at HIV, and where you took 15 years to actually come out with some optional solutions, and here in less than 15 months, we are actually coming out with something which is more drastic and more draconian than the HIV virus itself, because the HIV virus had something which was through, physical touch. Here, this is transmitted even, through the atmosphere. So you've got larger challenges here, but we've actually been able to overcome this in a much shorter time. And I think this has happened only because of collaborative efforts, because you've seen, the MIT institutes, and you've seen the AstraZenecas, and you've seen the, Sputniks, and the Russian government collaborating with various other countries' governments and saying, okay, let's quickly come out with something, because this is something that affects all of us. And I think in relation to that development that we've seen from the lockdowns to the tablets and now to the vaccines, you've also seen the economies, slowly bouncing back. So it's all going sequentially. And I think now we are on the right track. And as I mentioned, if the governments can bring in these panels to aggregate, that would be the right way forward, because there would be a platform which would help to aggregate rather than individual players, talking to each other. Because see, typically in a competitive industry, players don't talk to each other. I mean, while we may say a lot of things, ki baat hogi and kaam hoga, and it really does not happen, because I would look at my profitability and say, what is in it for me? And so would my competitor do. But when you have a common price point and a government, driving that, then, the barriers can be broken down, and, a lot of avenues can open up, not just for the COVID vaccine, but also for future collaborations. Like I had given a suggestion to the Honorable Food Minister a couple of years back that, when you talk of farm to fork, and when you talk of vaccine going from urban to rural, they are both integrated backward chains. They're complementing each other. So while the MOPI had come out with a lot of proposals for the food industry, the pharma industry was not coming out with similar proposals for the healthcare industry. And I had told both the ministers that, look, if you all can work together, you can control the wastages and the efficiencies on both sides. Because my truck would go to the farm with the vaccine, and it would come back with the food which is required in the mandi in, say, APMC. So it's a backfreighting, it's a win-win situation, it's a reduction of cost, it's an improvement of efficiency. So that is yet to see the light of the day, but I'm sure that the government is actively thinking about even that level of collaboration in the future, which could help the overall economy.
Excellent. My final question to both of you is that how much time do you think will take for the whole country to be inoculated? Just a ballpark figure. And when will we be able to watch a movie in a theater without worrying the way we used to in the good old days? Mr. Mukherjee?
Well, this is almost like asking a question where a lot of data is missing, and this is like making a speculation, but I'll try to be a little bit more objective. See, the time it will take will depend on how prepared and how India is getting into this entire launch with what kind of preparation. And I think India is doing it, trading very cautiously. It's starting off with testing the waters with the health sector and the people who are in that space and covering them. And when you do that, that will be your sort of a test. It's a test run to see how we are doing, because you know exact numbers. So the demand shaping, supply planning, stock management, logistics, for that kind of a target population, you will understand, and then solve the puzzles around states, center, districts, cities, panchayats, blocks, etc. So that is something which actually will give you what is to work on for solving the bigger puzzles. But if you ask me honestly, I'll say that it's not going to happen in a year for sure. And it should not also take something like a timeline that some people have been talking of, like 4 years, etc. Because that's something where if that is how you want to do it, then I think there will be bigger repercussions. So we should have a far better, efficient system by bringing people and collaboration so that it succeeds in lesser time.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Rahul?
So I think, see, taking a cue from how we did the whole polio vaccination drive in India over the last couple of decades, I would say, and based on what I heard from some of the pharma principals, some of the CEOs of these pharma companies are actually launching the vaccine in the next couple of days, and based on their experience, they had said that, look, this is a 2 to 5 year program. Now, obviously, it would not mean an equal spread across the 5 years. It would probably, and as Mr. Mukherjee said, the first 2 years would see about 70 to 75% of the population being taken care of, which basically takes care of the chunk of the requirement. And then obviously you have 3 crore childbirths a year, and so they also obviously would need to get into this program eventually. So it would be an ongoing program, and I think by the time the government can reach the last point and say that, okay, we are 90% through, and unlike the polio vaccine, which took more than a decade to sort of take care, I think this 2 to 3 years would take care of the major population, and then it would be the leftovers which would probably go on to the fourth and fifth year, and then you would come to the stage where it's just a matter of the new childbirths. So broadly, this is what we are sensing. Again, it's a gray area, very difficult to say, because there could be some vaccine which could get disrupted in the trial 3 or post trial 3, where there could be some very big litigation which could completely disrupt that product itself. But fortunately, because India is seeing about 8 to 9 candidates coming in, and each, I mean, you see, the Serum Institute itself is saying that I will do about 10 crore vials a month. So when he's talking about that, he's obviously talking about Serum alone doing the whole population in 2 years. So when you're looking at 8, 9 such candidates, obviously we see that 2 years is a very fair benchmark. Uh, Everything else depends on what really comes out. It's all speculative. So that's probably where I see this happening.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you, gentlemen, for this deep dive and telling us more about something that all of us, not only in the cold chain industry, but everywhere, every Indian wants to know about. You have a very good day. Thank you for these insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look forward to
Thank you.
catching up
Thank
with
you.
you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
You too.
Bye. Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Great. So we are live on YouTube and my channel. If you like, please do like and subscribe as and when. It's a manufacturing industry channel, so there are not many people out there subscribing to it, as opposed to channels on Bollywood where there are thousands of people, even to know gossip and rumor mills. Right. So I'll start with the joke, and it's a very small joke, short joke. It's called Vision 2020. Vision 2020. So
Okay.
until the start of this year, these two words, if they were not uttered any point of time, any time during any conference, the conference would not be deemed complete. So the idea was that somehow 2020 signifies what the eye doctors call as perfect eyesight, 20/20. And the idea was that by the year 2020, somehow we'll start to see the future very clearly. And we know how that uh, idea turned out. Uh, like a famous boxer speaking from experience once said, that everyone has a plan until they get a punch in the face. The year 2020 has been like a punch in the face, whether it's public health or the economy, our work, livelihoods, mental health of a lot of people. And if there is anything that this year has taught us, it is that there is no such thing as a perfect sight for the future. There's no way we can all plan. But to use the metaphor of boxing again, we know that us human beings have a way of not staying hit. Once we are hit, we get up and we fight back. And this year has shown that a lot of us have come back time and again, even though their endurance has been tested. And particularly our manufacturing industry. Throughout the year, I've been speaking with people, and when the crisis hit us, everyone was askance, and everyone was worried. But as it went on, they showed tremendous courage. Ventilators, PPE kits, uh, they started to diversify their product lines and started to produce these masks and hand sanitizers. Everybody pulled in. There were cross-functional, intra-industry, inter-industry, global collaborations across, and I've been a witness to that. I've been fortunate enough to see that. For example, in ventilators, I know that the designers sitting in Europe connected with designers sitting in India, and they started to share design templates of ventilators. 3D printer manufacturers over here, they started to make face shields and PPE kits. So everybody pulled in. So this whole year 2020, is a story of courage and bravery and grit and fortitude. And this is what this conference and this award is all about. I'm very fortunate to be with such warriors, such people, and we call them samurais for the reason that the spirit of the samurai is to never give up, keep getting up, and that is the where the name "The Last Samurai" comes from. That this samurai will always stand, and even if he or she falls down, he or she will get back up and fight back. So this is what the spirit of this awards is. Those words, I'll start with the first category, which is and we have given awards in two industries, although they are very much connected, but we have segmented the entire industry into manufacturing and supply chain. So these categories initially they are in the segment of manufacturing. The first award that is being announced today is Guardian Samurai. This is being given to a company that contributed to the supply chain of essential goods and services. And this was the company that I was talking about just now that pooled in resources and uh, and and the young people who gave their presentation. It was so inspirational. We are going to share that presentation with everyone. We're going to publish that in the magazine. So this company really has shown like a star through this crisis and has been able to contribute to the supply chain of critical items during this crisis. I invite Dr. Sinha, the founder of Reflexive Supply Chain, to announce the award.
Good evening, everyone. Uh, it's my pleasure to announce the award for Guardian Samurai in the manufacturing category. And the award goes to Noka Robotics Private Limited.
Yay!
My congratulations to them. They have done an exemplary job.
So from Noka Robotics, we have Rajiv Kumaria. Rajiv.
Good evening, everybody, and it's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of my entire team and my founders, Nikhil Kurele and Harshit Rathore. The award is very special because it is coming from people who are stalwarts from the peer industry. So, one gets awards, recognition and rewards from various aspects of life, but to get celebrated, to get awarded by people who understand the subject, people who are from the same domain, and people who understand the intricacies is all the more special. So my deep respect to all of you. And on behalf of Noka Robotics, a big thank you to all of you. Thank you very much.
Rajiv, could you tell us briefly the initiative that you took after COVID-19 and how it has panned out for the audience?
So Noka Robotics is a young company started by Nikhil and Harshit, and both are alumnus of IIT Kanpur. And they started the company in 2017 with the idea of solving the energy crisis problems with some clean tech robots for the solar industry. And with those fantastic innovation and they became one of the few companies actually among the 4 or 5 companies globally to have that kind of solution. And to have a solution which actually works, and it generated a lot of excitement. And when the time came to basically scale that thing up, the world and our country was stuck with the COVID pandemic, and so they had little to do. And a problem of COVID pandemic which started zooming in to everybody. So they decided, why not try to solve this problem. If someone were to ask me about what kind of team we have, well, we are a team which is always looking for problems to solve. So one of the problem was ventilation, because it's a team full of all IIT Kanpur alumnus. So they decided to give it a shot. The challenge was that ventilators are very, very sophisticated, very sensitive equipment, and during the lockdown phase there was hardly anything available. So a lot of out-of-box thinking and a lot of out-of-box engineering solutions were. The other challenge was, scale and the costs, because there are ventilators available in the market which are very expensive, but you can't, if you need 30,000 ventilators, you can't make 30,000 ventilators which are that expensive. So. And the other aspect was because being a medical product which is needed for very critical patients for intensive care, you cannot really compromise with any aspect of treatment. So with those kind of ideas, and as Providence wanted to check us twice, the young team and the young establishment and factory which we had set up for manufacturing was struck by floods twice in Pune. So the entire factory got flooded, and we had just 72 hours to get back into another place. So all those kind of things happen, and today I'm very, very proud to tell you that despite all those hardships, we have a flagship model called V310, and with a very important mode called high flow nasal cannula or high flow nasal oxygenation. This was another therapy which was promoted by WHO as well as ICMR as a flagship therapy. And we are the only company, or among the few companies world over, to have that kind of mode on our ventilation, specifically for COVID patients. And despite having all the 12 modes of ventilation, so we started off with an idea of having a basic ventilation for addressing the COVID problem, but we ended up having a complete acute care ventilator with advanced features like HFNC, uh, you know, and it's just an example of exemplary engineering. And I saw that somebody was mentioning about 3D printing, and a couple of parts and couple of components that we used in our ventilator are actually 3D printed, and we use the technology a lot. It's an Internet of Thing IoT enabled device, and a lot of AI ML solutions have gone into designing and development of this machine. Uh, so now we have more than 500 customers all over India, and we just started exporting our ventilators to the neighboring countries, and the number of satisfied customers just keeps growing.
Very inspiring.
So basically, in 2020, I would say, when the whole world is thinking of this particular year as an year of adversity, it became an year of opportunity. And a company which started off with the dreams of becoming a big name in clean tech robotics, used all its robotics, AI, ML, IoT, coding knowledge, mechanical engineering and design, 3D printing. All those technologies went into solving a problem which became a bigger problem for the world, as we know, as the COVID pandemic. And that has given birth to two businesses in the company, clean tech as well as medtech. And now the entire team is so excited that we are not going to stop at just ventilators. We already have a standalone HFNC device. We are very soon going to introduce our neonatal intensive care unit respiratory devices, which is again, bubble CPAPs and neonatal ventilators, and then advanced ventilators, and even we plan to venture into patient monitors. So I would say 2020 has not been that bad a year for us personally, despite a lot of hardship which our nation and the globe has faced. But we also learned how to resiliently face those challenges and adversities, and the amount of confidence that it has given us that we have the capability and wherewithal to solve those problems, to resolve complex issues, and not just from an engineering, but from an enterprise, supply chain, and ideation standpoint. So we are very hopeful about 2021, as well as we look to greeting it in the next few days. So this is about the small story of a very young 3-year-old company, a startup by IIT, and the team which is growing with people like me and other senior colleagues joining in to give direction and shape to a more comprehensive strategy for both the business verticals, clean tech as well as medtech. So it so happens that ventilators was needed by the nation, and the nation now has a ventilator company which it can call its own, a design which is very much Indian and very much for the globe.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Rajiv.
Thank you.
Any other question, Dr. Sinha, you want to ask Rajiv about his
He has
experience?
explained it very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you.
Rajiv, your participation, your company's participation in this whole endeavor was good for everyone, was inspiring for everyone, for other contestants as well, and everything elevated. Dr. Sinha, we are very grateful to you for the way you've stayed with us through and through, and giving marks and going through entry documents and presentation documents, or taking time out of your busy schedule. We are all very grateful to you, and on the behalf of Mission Media, on the so much, gentlemen.
My pleasure, Anand. Thank you.
Take care, Rajiv. Now, up next is the Innovation Samurai category in manufacturing. Innovation Samurai was the category was introduced on the recommendation of the jury. Earlier, this category was not there, but the jury felt that we need to involve the institutes where talent really is evident, and they should be a part of this process because there are many good things happening, especially during the crisis. So this category was created for institutes that contributed products and solutions for responsiveness to this crisis. And I invite Kanta Aradhya, Chief Expert Industry 4.0, Robert Bosch, to announce and present this award.
Thank you, Anand. It is my great pleasure and honor to announce this very nice award. Before announcing it, I need to congratulate Meshmix Media and your team to having set up such awards, which really commend great work being done in manufacturing, especially during these tough times. So my appreciation goes to you and your team. Coming to the Innovation Samurai in particular, the award goes to one of the finest temples of learning or modern learning, IIT Kanpur. I think that is the crucible of innovation anyway.
Awesome.
So it goes to IIT Kanpur.
Thank you. Aditi?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bosch. And yeah, on behalf of IIT Kanpur, Rahul and I are like, really humbled as well as delighted to accept the award. And yeah, I mean, the whole institution is lucky to have startups like Noga Robotics, like eSpin, who are very thorough with their technology, their technical, intellectual capacity. And they were able to really come up with, innovative products that could serve the masses on scale. So yeah, we are really happy to accept the award. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Aditi. Congrats, Rahul. And maybe your innovative spirit should continue with you even after coming out of the IIT and serve the needs of the society.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Anand.
Sorry, Aditi. So there was a very elaborate and succinct presentation given from your institute that we've seen. Can you share with our audience here some of the highlights of your work that earned you this award?
Certainly. Starting with the basic, the reason we were able to support a startup like Noka Robotics and eSpin was because of the ecosystem that we have been able to establish at IIT Kanpur in last 4 to 5 years, especially in the sector of healthcare and medical device innovation. So we knew, like, when the clarion call from the PMO office was announced and we got a list of the problem statements that needs to be solved by the younger generation and the startup ecosystem, we knew how to target those problem statements, how to go about it. And when we floated all those problems amongst our startup, Noka Robotics were, both Nikhil and Arshad, they were quite confident that they would be able to develop the sophisticated ventilator to cater to the need. And second, they also knew that if they don't pick up this problem statement, no one else is going to pick it up, and they knew that they have to do it for the nation. So, and you won't believe that coming from a pure mechanical engineering background, both Nikhil, Harshad, and Tushar were able to have the first prototype for the ventilator ready within 48 hours. So you can imagine all the intense mentoring, that they underwent, and also grasped it and came up with the design within 48 hours. We put them in touch. So as a part of the innovation ecosystem that we have at IIT Kanpur, we have collaboration with renowned hospitals like KGMU, then Ruby Hall Clinic. So, we put them in touch with clinicians. So they understood what is it that is required. Then we got a huge support from our alumni. We were able to create a dedicated task force members, which had people like Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, these are the kings of the innovation ecosystem, be it related to the supply chain, then funding, etc. So we were able to have their support non-stop 24/7. We used to meet every day sharp at 12 o'clock. We used to discuss all the challenges, ongoing challenges, as well as take care of the product development. So that way we took care of each and every aspect that is related to the product development as well as commercialization of that particular product. And yeah, like we worked 24/7 with Noka Robotics and the task force members. We were able to overcome a lot of challenges. This entire domain of healthcare innovation is not an easy path to tread on, especially with a lot of regulatory challenges, and there is no clarity in this particular segment. Rahul was deeply involved in taking care of the whole supply chain. You could imagine we had to make sure that we had the PCBs in place and all the electronics part and the casing and all of that. So I was taking care of the regulatory as well as the testing part of the device. So yeah, I mean, we were able to achieve this together because we had already created that ecosystem. So we had a clear direction where we need to move in. And then Noka is a spectacular team with great technical question. So yeah.
Thank you, Aditi. Rahul is there, right?
Yes, he's here.
Rahul, so we'd like to hear your version of this inspiring story as well.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for bestowing this award. It's a great recognition for the entire effort that we put, the entire Noka team, the whole SIC ecosystem, and the task force. Like I also mentioned in the presentation, so the two particular things that I have learned during this whole project, creating a ventilator, that to a proper ICU grade ventilator within a time frame of 30 days, is just unimaginable. I mean, anybody who comes from the medtech industry can vouch for that, because I when it started, while as Ati mentioned, towards the end of the project, I was handling the whole supply chain, but at the starting of the project, I was deeply involved in the research. And while doing the initial 5 days of research, they were discussing the first prototype that Noka team had built, Harshit, Nikhil, and Tushar. We were discussing MIT Cvent design, which was in development for 3 years. We were discussing the another startup which is based out in US and Bangalore, which has been developing a ventilator which 3 lakhs range for last 5 years, raised multiple $1 million of funding, and they couldn't do it. And we were having a call in I think it was 1 a.m. in the night. Harshit, me, Nikhil, and Professor Bandhu Padhyay and Nati were having the call. And I, in my, pessimism, or you can say, not
I think there's some bandwidth issue.
not the true optimism said, I think this and nobody is able to achieve it. So this is something which, we should try something else. I mean, we should try HFNC or try something else where we can, actually build something, and maybe that will help. But Noka team was super confident, and within next 2 days, with all the feedbacks, they were able to create another iteration of the whole device. And that is something that I mean, I have never seen being done. And so, since I'm not an alumnus of IIT Kanpur, I'm alumnus of IIT Guwahati, and I was always skeptical. What I've seen at IIT Guwahati and all the IITs. While we all see that IITs are at the probably at highest benchmark from the Indian academia side, but when we compare with MIT or Caltech, particularly in terms of the core tech or deep tech or the product research, we don't see that being at the level. But this project gave a clear understanding that we lack these things. What we lack is probably the right push. Unfortunately, it needed a whole pandemic, a virus to give us that example. But this is something that I've seen. And the another thing that I saw, which I was also mentioning in the morning when I was having a discussion with the Joint Secretary Health, that during this pandemic we have seen a very different version of corporates, a different version of the governments, a very different version of the whole ecosystem.
Very well put.
The government officials which were not giving time to even meet with these startups, they would spend hours to
Wow.
discuss how this can be done, what can be helped. There was a moment when we were developing the first prototype just right before the testing, and one of our package we had ordered for electronics parts of the ventilator got stuck in Singapore, and Singapore was getting on lockdown from Tuesday, and this we are talking on Thursday. And right from Invest India, Airport Authority of India, Singapore Embassy, Indian High Commission in Singapore, everybody just looped in, and within next 2 days, we had two planes lined up to bring that one small packet. And that was, I have never imagined that can be done. So if we and only if we can just continue 50% of what we were doing during this pandemic, there is no reason why we should not become the nation of export, and the nation of excellence in manufacturing, innovation, and the science.
Brilliant, brilliant. And if it were to me, I'd right now give one more award to you too. That would be for communications and public speech. The IITs are doing a wonderful job on this score. And contrary to popular perception that engineers are good at what they do, but not so good at communication, this is totally busted today. So thank you for that as well. Dr. Arvind Patel, who is the founder of Valgro Industries Limited, he has a question for you too.
Sure, sure.
Dr. Patel?
मेरा क्वेश्चन बहुत सिंपल है,
जी सर.
लेकिन क्यूरियोसिटी है. आईआईटी कानपुर, आईआईटी खड़गपुर या आईआईटी एंटरप्रेन्योर पैदा करता है. अच्छा वर्ड नहीं है, बट जैसे हम प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, प्रोडक्ट पैदा करते हैं लोहे से मशीनरी, वैसे आईआईटी एक एंटरप्रेन्योर खड़ा करती है.
जी.
ऐसा क्या है आईआईटी में कि हर आईआईटी स्टूडेंट एक सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर बन रहा है? मैंने कम से कम 12 से 15 आईआईटी स्टूडेंट को देखा हुआ है कि विद इन कपल ऑफ ईयर दे आर डूइंग वंडरफुल, विच इज नॉट डन बाय पुस्तोनी कंपनी. पीढ़ियों से चली आ रही कंपनी नहीं कर पा रही, जो आईआईटी खड़गपुर जिसका बैकग्राउंड बिजनेस का नहीं है, तब भी वो सक्सेस हो रहे. और हर्षित ने जो बताया, आपने जो बताया, अदिति ने भी जो डिस्कस किया, उसके ऊपर से मुझे क्वेश्चन मिला कि आप ऐसा कुछ हमें बताइए कि ताकि आने वाले नए एंटरप्रेन्योर, नई नस्ल को मालूम पड़े कि पढ़ना कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है और उसमें आईआईटी का योगदान क्या है.
सर मतलब
इससे पहले कि राहुल
जी सॉरी
के बाद मौका भी दिया जाएगा, अभी मुझे लगता है कि डॉक्टर निखिल अग्रवाल अभी बहुत प्लीज हो रहे होंगे ये सुन के, और मुझे लगता है कि ये जवाब की शुरुआत उनसे ही करना सबसे उपयुक्त होगा.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
डॉक्टर अग्रवाल.
पटेल साहब, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ये सवाल पूछने के लिए.
So sorry to interrupt, but I think someone has posted in the chat box to request everyone to speak in a common language. Someone has.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I'll speak in English. I think there are people from other states who may not understand Hindi. Though we love to speak Hindi, we are from Kanpur, so but thanks a lot for asking this question. So I'll tell you what is the difference between a student of IIT, and it's not that IIT is promoting elitism or IIT is only meant for select few. We get absolutely raw talent. A couple of things which I would like to highlight during this pandemic. We have approximately 6,500 students at IIT Kanpur today. You won't believe 10% of the student does not have access to laptops because they come from so poor background. So we have to raise 3 crore rupees from our alumni to give laptops to them. So there is no differentiation between a student coming from rural background, coming from urban background, coming from, even if you are a son of a prime minister, you may become a politician, but you cannot become a student of IIT. Now that's, and there are a number of professors in our system. There are even directors who's not able to get their own kids get selected. Now, what's the reason of getting success of whether IIT or other institution of that repute is extraordinary amount of hard work. The amount of hard work which you learn to do it from your 10th onwards, from 11th, 12th, to get into that examination, to then pass the further, once you enter, you then you do extraordinary hard work doing those 4 years of BTech. If you're an MTech, you do hard work for 2 years. If you're a PhD, you anything between 3 to 6 years. The amount of hard work that you have to do to be just good enough, not the best. And there is a very, very stiff competition. See, getting selected into Harvard is much easier than today getting selected to IIT Kanpur or IIT Bombay. The sheer amount of application, we receive almost 1 million application, and only 800 students get selected in IIT Kanpur. Similar number in IIT Bombay, similar number in Delhi, similar number in Kharagpur. If we all put together all 2021 IITs, there are less than 20,000 students out of 1 million students. 10 lakh students, 20,000 students are able to get selected. So we require sheer, and this situation was even more. Now the new IITs have come, so more number of students have an opportunity of getting selected. And I have been part of the selection panel at some of the business schools as well. There is the sheer, again, the just getting into the IIT or IIM does not mean that you will get success. The people who get successful, Patel Saab, aapne bola, you have said that 10-12 entrepreneurs have done exceptionally well. I can tell you today we have top 3 companies in the world who are headed by our own alumni, our own people who are from the system. The best example is Sundar Pichai. Sundar Pichai was a student like you and me 30 years back. He was also hearing these motivational speeches. He has no clue, and his father has no clue that one day he will head Google or he will become the CEO of the largest company in the world and draw a salary of 1,000 crores. Another great example is Arvind Krishna. Arvind Krishna is our own alumni. Arvind Krishna's classmates are today running MSME industry in Kanpur. So there are people like who are there who have studied with Arvind Krishna. Arvind Krishna is the CEO of IBM Global, the oldest tech company in the entire world. Mm-hmm. The first generation Indian who was in Kanpur, who was struggling to speak English like us. We have also learned the hard way. We were not born into English speaking. Our parents were not English speaking. We were all from UP. But leading the institution at the global level, going there, learning all those tricks of the trade, beating each and every competition from all across the world, then becoming the CEO of a very large company is an outstanding establishment. And that means he has worked hard for 30 years of his life, every day, every day, every day. That's the only way. There is no dynasty in there. So even the business, I would say that things have changing for all the manufacturing people who are hearing this story. The things are changing. You can be a graduate of any institution in the world. You can do exceptionally well. There are examples of Dhirubhai Ambani's and Adani's of the world who are not graduates of the top universities, but they have done exceptionally well. And there are examples who within IIT system, people don't get jobs. There are people who get 1.4 crore salary, and there is another person who also struggle to get a job. So both the side of people exist. But my honest opinion is, regardless of whichever system you are, regardless of which institution you are, if you are a hardworking person, if you are honest, if you are integrity, chances of you getting success is very, very high.
And I must also add very quickly to that, because of Dr. Agarwal, IIT is also at the forefront of industry academia interaction, and the projects, the startup ecosystem that the IIT has begun to contribute to is tremendous, especially during the period of the crisis. So we really we're very grateful to Dr. Agrawal to bring these endeavors uh, to the larger consciousness of this industry. Really help. Now, very Aditi,
Yes, Mr.
can you
Pandey. Yeah.
please quickly tell us the secret of the behind the legend of the IITs? What is it?
Okay, being an alumna from IIT Kanpur, I think, I mean, I agree with Dr. Nikhil that it really doesn't matter where, like, where you study. If you are determined to achieve something, the greater good in your life, you just pick up the skills. The reason why success rate of the IIT graduates or postgraduates is higher compared to the other grads is, uh, the whole the 4 or 2 or 6 years, whatever number of years you spend staying in the campus, the kind of professors we have, they're very visionary people, you know. So I mean, they're very futuristic, they're very visionary. Their approaches of solving a problem is, different from what's there in the other colleges. And
Excellent.
yeah, so I think, I
Excellent.
mean, I've learned a lot from Professor Amitabha Bandyopadhyay. I was his student before joining the incubation
Our
center.
very, very best wishes to you, Aditi and
Yeah,
Rahul.
so hmm.
You are the future of our industry and our country.
Thank
We are
you.
very grateful to you for your work and participation. Thank you so much, Aditi. Thank you, Rahul,
Thank you.
for your
Okay.
participation.
Yeah.
Now we move to the next category. I yeah. So we have Safety Samurai, and as the name suggests, uh, it will be given to an enterprise that implemented process, or to put it simply, that cared for its people, its employees in the time of the crisis. And I invite Dr. Nikhil Agrawal to announce the award, please.
Extremely important award to given to a real world class organization. Uh, I am extremely pleased to announce the award to Alstom Technologies for Safety Samurai. This category is enterprise that best implemented processes and technology for its safety, for its employee and customer on the shop floor and the supply chain. I think the customers are our first priority, and more than that, the priority is our own internal employee. If we are able to keep them safe, we are able to keep them secure, the production always goes up, and that is what demonstrated by Alstom. Many congratulations to Alstom, and let me invite them to accept the award.
So, Mr. Vijay Subramanian, Site Managing Director of Alstom Limited, is there to receive this award. Vijay?
Hi, Anand. Good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Good evening to all. I'm really delighted to be here and hearing a lot of inspiring stories from the panelists here and also from the companies who have received a lot of these awards. I'm extremely humbled to receive this award, not just on behalf of Alstom Sri City, but on behalf of the entire Alstom rolling stock in India. Thank you, Anand, for this
Yes, Vijay.
wonderful award. Yeah.
Could you throw a bit? Yes, Dr. Agrawal, you wanted to ask him something?
No, I was asking the same thing.
Yes,
Tell
yes.
us some examples, what you have done, particularly you are coming from the shop floor side. Please tell us like how you have implemented some of these ideas so that our other uh, listeners who are listening to this can learn from you, your success.
Sure. So we are always a little skeptical on this particular EHS thing. And I don't think any other year would have emphasized so much on EHS and specifically on this H part. You know, we were always talking about environment and we were always talking about safety. I guess many people have actually forgotten the, the H part of EHS, and this has come as a very stark reality to the entire world. But just to elaborate some specific examples on this, so the moment COVID struck, we had actually Alstom, specifically Sri City, we had taken a lot of actions even before we went into a lockdown. In fact, we were getting into a Plan B contingency phase, and there was an overall red flag that was also alerted at a country level. So we have around 4 industrial sites in India, and all of us got together and we made a complete contingency plan, sort of a worst case scenario, because even before we all went into a lockdown and all this work from home started. But then what was very inspirational during this time is everyone was always connected during the entire time. So we always had the top management who was always reviewing us on a daily basis on what was happening and what was the status of all the employees, not just the employees and their families also. This was even before we mobilized the people and restarted manufacturing. But then when we also planned for restarting, it's extremely important that we not just mobilize our people and keep them safe. It's also very important as a manufacturing industry that our suppliers also need to be extremely safe. And that's where we also brought in the complete supply chain also into the process. We got into calls with different suppliers because we are not a standalone unit and we are completely dependent on a lot of domestic suppliers as well. So we also got into a lot of call with them, and then we prepared a common manifesto, a common sort of a mechanism how to mitigate this plan. What is the mechanism that we need to approach the government, the mechanism that we need to approach even the collector. So what are the do's and don'ts that we need to plan, not just to mobilize, not just to restart manufacturing, but how do we also sustain this complete initiative? So whether it's from disinfection process, so in fact, even now, as I'm speaking also, we have different shifts running. So in between shifts, we have a complete set of people who don't even meet. To that extent, we completely disinfect the entire site between the shifts also. So that's one of the controls. So apart from all the thermal scanning and the self-declaration which happens, we are one of the few companies who have done thousands of PCR tests, even before mobilizing, not just for the employees, but including their families. And we also have a very, very robust process of contact tracing. So this has really helped to keep COVID at bay. And in fact, we have also rented a couple of sort of resorts just next to the factory in case somebody falls sick. So immediately we take him to that particular resort, to that particular room, and we also separate this roommates and this and the people who also work with them. So that's done at a very, very immediate basis. So there are huge protocols. There are very, very robust protocols that we have developed on the employee mobility process, on the complete approval process. So what are the health and safety measures during the work? What are the safety and health measures from home to work? And what are the precautions that you need to take after work and with family? So this is something which has really helped us a lot. It's been really inconvenient for, inconvenient for many people, but that's the way it is. And apart from this, we are also going through a lot of these festival seasons because people also, it's very difficult to keep them at their own place. All you may say, people will always start moving to their native places. So again, we had a festival holiday protocol, and all of our sites got together. We decided what is a protocol that we need to establish. How do you actually trace the people who are moving from one location to another? Are they moving through public transport? Are they getting in touch with someone else? Is it a common function or a festival that they are attending? And in that case, how do you also quarantine them when they come back from work? So we were extremely successful. Touch wood, so far we were able to keep a lot of these cases at bay. Of course, we have also had our own issues initially, but this was before mobilization. So after all this, even at the workplace, we have divided the complete factory into a lot of zones. So each of these zones will have their own security, will have its own COVID warrior, and each of these zones also have a dedicated entry and an exit point. So that way we are also able to isolate many parts of our factory in case there we have a case inside the factory. So the battle is far from over. We are still extremely cautious. Touch wood, I wouldn't say that we are entirely successful, but we have done more than what the regulatory authorities and even the government expects us to do. I think that is one way that that's been really successful, and I really hope we are back to normal days soon.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for
Thanks,
your
Anand.
valued participation in the awards and bringing to us your contribution in the story that inspire us all. Thank you so much, Vijay, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, thank you. The
Congratulations,
award go.
congratulations, Alstom.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Agarwal. Your presence in the jury board elevated it to another level, and it brought the kind of insights that we needed from an institute like IIT. We were all very rich. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Agarwal.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, the next category is Resilient Samurai. As the name suggests, it was essentially about the business continuity and the go-to-market strategy. I'll invite uh, Dr. Ranjit Patil, who is the head of Department of Mechanical Engineering at BITS Pilani, Goa campus. Dr. Patil?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Anand Pandey. So I'm very much pleased to announce this award, which goes to MS Solution Private Limited. So congratulations.
Dr. Vishwas?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this award.
Congratulations, Dr. Vishwas.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Vishwas, would you like to share your thoughts, some examples of what you presented during the award?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I'm visible. Is my video visible? Yeah. All right. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the jury members and the organizing team for bestowing us with this prestigious award. We are very glad to be receiving this. It's a very happy occasion for us. Really joyous for all of us. We did present some of our activities, what we did, and changes that we implemented here with us when we came out of the lockdown in terms of what modifications we did for our shop floor and our office area, and also what we changed to our employee structure. We come from a hardcore manufacturing background, the brick and mortar kind of industry. So we are not used to some of the newer aspects in terms of work from home and other concepts. So very quickly, a team was put together who came out and implemented a few initiatives which worked out very well for us. So with the minimum time being lost, at least from a development and R&D design activity perspective, we were able to make sure that we bounce back and use the time that was available very fruitfully. So some of those findings is what we presented, but more importantly, from a perspective of safeguarding the employees in the workplace, how to make sure that certain very stringent systems were put in place. I have my colleague who's the HR chief of our company and the group company Ace Manufacturing Systems, of which we are a part of the ecosystem, Mr. Nagesh Adiga, who will brief the team very quickly in a few sentences what changes, what modifications were done, and how we went about executing this. So we have Mr. Nagesh Adiga who will talk about it, please.
Hello, Nagesh. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to present our company's initiatives taken to protect our employees. Okay, we are health conscious organization. From the beginning, we are taking care of our employees' health in case of diabetes or blood pressure, all those things. We keep monitoring our employees' health regularly. This was an additional challenge for us because of COVID, how to take care of our employees. Then we thought, okay, a lot of initiatives taken by big companies, okay, but we are yet to start. Then when we saw that, then we thought, okay, let us work in a team. And we started from where we have to start. Okay, first is that health of the employees, then health of our customers, then vendors. We have a lot of vendors. To take care of that, we started with the okay, as all other companies have done. Okay, first we wanted to ensure that no infected or asymptomatic person enters the premises. First, protect the employees who are inside, then take care of the person who is infected. Okay, that's what we have done. By God grace, or the initiatives what we have taken, the very less number of people got infected, that too through the other sources, not within the organization. Maybe recording their temperature thrice in a day and educating them for every 1 hour through a public address system, and making them to come under the thorough inspection, and again educating them for taking care of their health, not only their health, their family health, their aged parents, their kids. All these things we have done. We have we prepared a protocol. We prepared a elaborative guidelines for them to follow within the premises, after the premises, even while traveling also. This made them to really take care of their health. That is really controlled. We are happy that we contributed to the nation by not exposing our employees to the any COVID. Okay, and one more challenge is what we face is that, okay, as Dr. Vishwas was telling, being an engineering industry, we never explored how to work from home. This has given a very good initiative, or really a opportunity for us to explore how people can work from home also, because we were hearing from IT companies, not in manufacturing, but this has given a very good insight for us that how we can work from home also. To partially, we are able to achieve that also. Then finally, yes, shop floor people have to come to shop and work on the machines. Then we have taken care in such a way that social, maybe a social distancing or wearing a mask, and a continuous education has given a result to us, so that we achieve the whatever we wanted to achieve. That has given a really good result for us. Good, great. Sir, I think, yeah, that's all from my end.
Thank you, Nagesh. Congratulations, Vishwas, once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you
for yes, for your participation and the depth of the presentation that you gave to us. It was a lot of learnings that we got, and we are going to share it to our magazine as well. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the whole team of Meshmake's Media for having allowed us, or giving us an opportunity, and also shortlisting us and finally selecting us for this award. Thank you again to the jury also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Patil. We are very grateful that despite your schedule and the crisis, we have spoken to you time and again when you were so busy, but despite that, you took out time out of your schedule and stayed throughout this grueling process of selecting, allocating marks, the whole thing, and finally announcing the winners. We are very grateful to you. Great. So we'll move to the next category. It is Digital Samurai in manufacturing. I'll invite Dr. S. Ghosal, another jury member, eminent and distinguished jury member of ours, to announce the award.
Anand, to ladies and gentlemen, Anand, I must compliment and congratulate you for putting up a wonderful platform where we come to know about each other, what's happening around, what needs to be done. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the industries who had participated in this category. And coming straight to the point, the Digital Samurai Award goes to M2 Next, which is the, a subsidiary of BFW. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, BFW is my next door neighbor. And no, I live in Platinum City, and BFW is just about 100 meters from me. Now, why is it important for me is that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's compliment and congratulate the MD BFW, Ravi Raghavan, and his team, Mr. Jagannath, business head, Mr. Hari Narayan, technical director, Mr. Praful Shande, director. We meet after a long time on an e-meet. You remember we have worked together when you were there in Kena Metal Vidya. And Mr. Sujay Das Gupta, at least I have another Bengali friend. So, and ladies and gentlemen, this is very close to my heart. I don't know how I was selected for this particular domain because my own subject matter is HMI, human machine interface. So I do know there are a lot of companies who are working on Industry 4.0. I have been in touch with IMTMA. And by the way, congratulations, Raviji. I understand you were the next president-elect of IMTMA.
Thank you.
Mr. Shirgurkar is almost my mentor. Mr. Babu, the current president, my project was with him in the last IMTEX, in which I had failed in one of the components of that UCAM product. So this is very, very close to my heart.
So Dr. Ghosal, yes, so we are very fortunate to have Mr. Ravi Raghavan with us.
Wonderful,
And,
wonderful.
He's here to receive the award.
But
he's
Raviji,
an inspiring figure. We've been following his work for a long time.
But Raviji,
yes,
I have a question and query for you for the benefit of
Dr.
all
Ghosal,
the participants. Quite a few people have, yeah.
Is that question, who's that question addressed to? Sorry.
Ravi Raghavan.
Mr. Raghavan, that question is addressed to you.
Hello.
Hi, yeah.
My
and congratulations, by the way.
is,
Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Means a great deal for us.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Raviji,
yes, absolutely.
Raviji, there are quite a few people who have been working on Industry 4.0. And I do know there are companies who are there in Brigade Rubix, which is walking distance from you. Please educate us. What exactly did you do for which you won that award, this award?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Mishmax and the jury and Dr. Ghoshal. Very happy to know that you're so close to us. And I have my colleague Jagannath, who's an expert in this, so he will explain you in more detail. But I would be happy at the onset to invite you to our premise some of these days and then run you through what we dream of, right? This is just starting of what we have done.
Wonderful.
Started this journey about 4 years ago, and we didn't want to, go small brick by brick. What most of the people want to do is address one part of the whole automation thing. We said that let's write the canvas. So we've taken a lot of time to hit the market. Okay, so we said let's draw the outlines. Let's be very sure of covering a real sense of Industry 4.0 and then master in each element. So today we are in a position where we have our own software.
We went into doing it on the cloud 3 years ago. We developed the edge technology knowledge, which now people are working on 3 years ago. We built our own hardware about 3 years ago. We built our own sensors about 3 years ago. So we did all the hard work a couple of years ago, and probably now it's the software soft work that we are doing to cover up the whole thing. So that I would say would be the difference that we're trying to do.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful.
Connect all the assets. So we said smart people, smart processes, and smart assets.
Wonderful.
That's what our solution is.
So my last point, for the benefit of the others, what do you see the picture coming up within next 2 to 3 years? Industry 4.2, AI, IoT, embedded intelligence for the manufacturing sector.
Okay, we believe that even the machines that let's talk about the machines, right? Look at the irony. CNC machine is a product that throws out millions of data, and whereas the other industries are collecting data, right?
Wonderful,
Now,
wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
For decades, the CNC people didn't know that the machine throws out so much data, which is gold mine, and it should be processed and converted to knowledge. Okay, so
Lovely.
starting from converting data to information to intelligence, and we are in between information and intelligence. And once we go to that level of intelligence, I think we'll make a great deal of difference to the productivity of the whole.
Terrific.
That's the whole idea of it. Okay? And we believe that all this automation, which is that it will reduce employment and things like that, we believe it's going to be the reverse, because the overall productivity of every asset in the ecosystem would go up, right? And we'll have an efficient and safer and better ecosystem. That's what we believe. One of the biggest thinking that also COVID would have made the difference is, we say that the company is not going to be successful. I mean, small or big or efficient. It's the whole supply chain. It's the whole ecosystem that's going to be
wonderful.
A company has a good ecosystem, that is a good set of customers, a good set of supply partners. That company is going to succeed, irrespective of its small, big, lean, non-lean, but that's going to be the most productive. So that's our effort in next.
Mr. Raghavan, I have a very quick question for you.
Superb. I learned something from you today, and I'm sure the other participants also. Anand.
Yes, sir. I had a quick question.
Look at the originality and the expanse of the thought.
That's true, sir. That's true. So, Mr. Raghavan also organizes, on behalf of his organization, a one-day annual event, which is much awaited every year, called Manufacturing Day. And this year I had the opportunity to be there. And at the event, I asked the question as to what is the degree of adoption? How has it gone up during the crisis? And the question was answered that has gone up by 5x. Is that does that match your experience, Mr. Raghavan?
Yes. Yeah. I think the things have, the pandemic has only kicked us much harder to become more efficient. So it's not that people are not working. Every company, every individual was working on, digitization and something to do in the digital space. But this pandemic has become a catalyst to speed up everything. And I think I would invite Jagan to add a few words, but
yes,
it's made a huge amount of difference. The innovation in thinking of everybody has changed totally. And I wish that we didn't need a pandemic to do that, but probably that's speeded up many things for the goodness of the society and the ecosystem.
Jagannath, Mr. Jagannath, can we hear?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Please, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Meshmix Media, for giving us an opportunity and made us apply for this award. Your relentless follow of Mr. Anand Pandey really did good this thing for us. And on this very subject, it became such a sheer coincidence that the entire technology thought process, which had been laid by Ravi Raghavan much in advance. I happened to be very fortunate to join them last year in the month of June. And then we started working on this. So we were looking at what is edge computing and what are the typical issues in the MSME. So we primarily looked at adapting on a technological device which is homegrown completely, not depending on anyone, but still make it affordable to the MSME. So some of the highlights of these were like plug and play, like what is that? You don't get Wi-Fi, you don't get internet, you don't have LAN system. So what do you do? So we just brought in a device which will have an onboard modem with an IoT SIM, where you can just plug and connect it to the CNC. In 10 minutes, it starts giving you data on your fingertips. And this is less than ₹1,00,000. So this is something which, we really had a thought process to see how to implement this. And we did started, doing live demo at the customer premises. Now, one thought which actually haunted us was mobility was becoming more and more difficult even before the COVID due to the heavy traffic conditions and the human, intelligence and the skill set available. So we wanted to do something remote, installation of devices. So something like it started with the data acquisition device, which is digitization device for which we are winning an award, which goes onto the machine. But we also said, how do we start getting automation, at your fingertips, automation, remote monitoring at your fingertips. So in fact, we conceived this idea and won an order, and we just completed its installation and commissioning. So you could sit anywhere in the corner of the world and see that all the robots and the machine, what exactly is the output you are getting, who is entering and exiting from the cell, what kind of quality SPC, SQC you are getting.
Superb.
Now, when we thought of this and when we were when we were about to, run this project, COVID stuck. And to our great, unfortunate situation, our technical director was COVID positive and was in the hospital. Now, since we did very tough coding at a dramatic time, other than him, we didn't have anybody to troubleshoot this. So one of the exemplary action, what we did was sitting in the hospital bed, he could control, he could troubleshoot the cell, which was getting installed at the site. Okay. And, he could bring it out and start telling his, juniors who are working at the site how to resolve the issues. So typically, it was such a great coincidence, like what is happening today, Dr. Ghoshal being next to us, having a chance to, award us. It became something like that, everything started falling in line. And we found that, this was there cannot be a better opportunity than this for us to take it forward. And more so, it's becoming pertinent with the current situation. So we are going on with more and more applications like, we did a signature analysis on a press brake. We could capture 200 micron, 150 micron difference with and without component of a 125 micron, which I presented. So these kind of things on a legacy press, which we did, which was 60 years old press, did not have even one electrical element in it. Okay. So look at the kind of installation we have in the country and the MSME cluster and the conservative behavior we have. So something very Indian on IoT was required, which, we are able to realize to see, how do we take this forward and start, implementing it very, very effectively. So there was an all-out, effort from the team, exemplary team working day and night, putting a lot of efforts. And of course, very, very enthusiastic top management like Ravi Raghavan and Shinde giving us a lot of opportunity to work.
Wonderful.
So we made it possible. And thank you very much for giving us with this award. We are truly humbled.
So congratulations, Ravi. Congratulations, Ravi ji and your team at BFW. Wish you all the very best. I'm sure you all will keep it up. and let us meet up next year.
Thank you
Over
so
to
much.
you, Anand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you, Jagannath, for sharing these inspiring stories that gives us all the more courage to press on. Thank you, sirs. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Take care, sir. Have a great day.
Same.
Dr. Gosal, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you
are
very much.
indeed
Thank you.
very grateful to you to be on the jury panel.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your participation, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, up next, we have the segment of supply chain. Yep. So now these awards that were given were from the manufacturing industry. Now we come to the second segment, that is supply chain. The first award to be given under the category is Guardian Samurai. I invite Dr. Arvind Patel, the CEO and founder of Valgro India Limited, to give away this award and announce the name of the award winner. Dr. Patel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand, to hand over the opportunity for the award towards the right person. And also, I appreciate you and your team as such a wonderful event you organize online and motivate to industrialists for further new innovations, new things. So I'm really thankful to you and your team for the motivation of Indian industries. Regarding supply chain management, this award goes to Moglix, Mr.
Hey.
Smith Marwa.
Mr. Marwa?
Mr. Marwa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Absolutely, sir.
Great. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, we would like to see live you.
I am traveling and there is, frequent disruption here.
Okay.
So I hope you can hear me well because I have put the video on. This is going to go away.
Okay.
No worries, sir. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Meshmix Media. I think this is very encouraging. This is very, very humbling. I would like to thank all our supplier partners, customers, and the teams across different locations in Moglix who have contributed in this fight against COVID-19. Primarily, this was a dedicated effort by our organization to strengthen the PPE supply chain. And I don't know how many of you know about Moglix, but we are a procurement-led B2B commerce company. We have supported various government bodies, organizations, volunteer organizations, so that we are safe and the operations are run without any issues. In our own small way, wherever possible, we contributed by donating PPE to Corona warriors who were there on the front line fighting the pandemic. And I guess with this, it has benefited us too, because we as an organization has emerged as a strong and reliable global supply chain partner in the times of crisis and uncertainties. And we will continue to build on this. Happy to take questions from you.
Thank you. Dr. Patel, want to ask any question?
I cannot hear you.
Okay. What is special you done in pandemic?
Okay.
In the lockdown.
Yeah. So as I mentioned that we are a procurement-led B2B organization. So safety is a category which we specialize in. And prior to lockdown, we were already exporting most of these safety equipment across the globe. So we exported to almost 20 countries. And as soon as the pandemic hit India, I think the natural extension for us was to create that supply chain in the country and distribute all these sanitization, PPE, and medical equipments to our organizations, to our partners. There are 4 categories which we operate. One is the wearables, which includes your safety goggles, masks, face shields, gloves. The other is the monitoring and disinfection equipment, which is equipment like IR thermometer, disinfection tunnel, thermal cameras, fogger machines. Then we have the sanitization chemicals, which are hand sanitizers and disinfectants. And finally, the medical equipment like oxygen cylinder and VTM kits. We created the complete supply chain so that we can procure and deliver on time. And in the middle of this, we reached out to the government organizations and the major pharmaceutical industry like GSK, HUL, Air India to provide them all these necessities at their times of need. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Marwa. Congratulations once again. Thank you for participating in the awards.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this award, and thank you for all of us here at Moglix. Really appreciate it.
You have a great journey, sir. Dr.
Thank
Patel,
you so much.
thank you, Jasmeet. Dr. Patel, thank you for supporting us from many fronts, on many fronts, as a speaker, as someone who has given us best wishes and stayed with us throughout this process, and as a sponsor of this conference. I thank you from my heart. Thank you so much, sir. Now we move to the next category. It's People Samurai. People Samurai, and the responsibility and the opportunity has been given to me to present this award. I'm very happy to announce that the award for People Samurai in the segment of supply chain goes to the PDP group. We have Ms. Shrayasi Ghosh. Ms. Shrayasi Ghosh, who's here to kindly receive the award. Shrayasi, can you hear me?
Yes, am I audible?
Hi, Shrayasi. Very much, loud and clear. Shrayasi, first of all, congratulations, felicitations. I must say that it was a close contest in this category. You had a formidable opponent to give you some information that we saw from the perspective of jury, as I was also a part of it. And your presentation was the one that won you the award. It was very well made, and you fielded all the questions with such insights and inputs that really made us give the award in your favor. Shrayasi, one question that I remember that you answered, and I would like you to answer it once again for our audience, is that, and this award is about People Samurai, and you are an industrial psychologist. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And this pandemic has highlighted something which has been around for long, especially in the corporates, among the professionals. But this crisis has not only highlighted this issue, but also augmented it to some extent. And I'm talking about the mental health of people, although it is something that is spoken about in hushed terms, or there is a stigma attached to it, but it is something that everyone deals with to some or greater degree. So, Shrayasi, can you tell us a bit about what are the policies and strategies and actions that you have carried out in your capacity, and what have been the results?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, thank you so much, Meshmix Media, for organizing this very insightful session and for recognizing us for our practices. Now, the question about mental health issues, what you were mentioning. So these are something, it is like still now we are going through a lot of issues that we are not so much ready to share with, suppose with our colleagues or even suppose with our family members. So in our organization, we have these facilities of providing counseling sessions to our employees And even we give certain training sessions based on certain mental health issues, suppose stress management techniques, or suppose anything else like art based sessions, art therapy based sessions. So we have these practices going on. Now these are something which has already been in our organization even before COVID, because over here like we really prioritize our employees mental health and their like their emotional well-being. So keeping that in mind, during COVID-19, we started taking up certain practices which really focused on this particular area. So like initially when it had started, we were all like quite happy because we got that opportunity to work from home, right? But after a certain time it was quite um, frustrating, I would say, because we really did not know how to carry on with our activities. So what we did, like we had certain celebrations, we had certain practices which was completely virtual, and our employees were really into it and they were really liking it, that through these initiatives we were even taking care of their well-being, taking care of their mental health issues. And even suppose if there was someone in our organization, they were not quite sure how to spend their time, how to take care of themselves and their family, so we had that facility wherein they could come up to us. Like me and I have one team, we are the industrial psychologists of our company. So we provide that facility wherein they can come up to us and we can provide them counseling sessions. So these are some things like from our organization we have been able to carry on, and during COVID-19 we have been able to focus on these practices to quite a great extent.
Thank you, Shreyasi. That was very insightful. Thank you once again, and congratulations on winning the award.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Very welcome to you, Mr. Maini. It is great to see you here.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you very much, sir. We have three more awards to announce. Mr. Maini is here to give the Shogun Samurai Award, which is sort of which is the Individual Leadership Award, and we have reserved that for the last. Before that, we have two more categories which are as equally important. And the first category, the first of these two, is Resilient Samurai. And as we know, this is in supply chain. This is going to be given to an organization that has implemented their business continuity and go-to-market strategy in an exemplary fashion during the crisis. I invite Ms. Preeti Mishra, publisher, Dynamic Manufacturing India, and founder, Meshmix Media, to announce this award and give away this award. Preeti?
Thank you, Anand. A very good evening to you all. So I'm here to present the Resilience Award. So basically, resilience is the ability to withstand adversity and bounce back in a better way. So I'm pleased to announce the Resilience Award in supply chain category. And the award goes to Indospace Development Management Private Limited. And congratulations to the team. I think we have Mr. Srivastav, Managing Director, Projects and Development here from Indospace. So over to you, Mr. Srivastava.
Hi. Thanks, Meshmix, for this recognition. We are very happy to receive this award and see that our efforts have been recognized. A slight introduction to Indospace. We are the industrial and logistics parks provider across the length and breadth of the country. We have today a portfolio of 36 parks with approximately 37.3 million square feet of built up area. We are a GLP joint venture company. Like we are the leaders in India, they are like the world leaders in this field, in the field of industrial logistics. Having them as the joint venture partner helped us immensely with respect to our resilience effort with regards to COVID-19. So they had an early experience in the months of Jan and February to deal with the situations in China and Europe and actually rest of the world too. So because of their experience, we got prepared very, very early. When it was only hitting India in the months of March, we were ready with our protocols already. So we implemented very, very strict protocols across our portfolio, across the length and breadth of the country. This was done within the month of March itself, which led us not to have, in fact, to have very, very few cases, even by having such a big portfolio there. What we did was not only establish the protocols and implemented, we also monitored the implementation. So this was done by creating new applications. These were mobile-based applications on which the operations people could directly upload what all they had implemented over a questionnaire that was provided on the app, which was monitored centrally from the home office at Mumbai. What we did was tracking. Also, we created two further apps. One was for communication to all our employees, as well as one app was created specifically for the 127 blue chip tenants that we have across our portfolio, just to make sure that they know what are the protocols they have to follow in our parks, right from the entrance of the park, including hand washing, sanitizers, how much social distancing you have to maintain in the parks, etc. And what you have to do in case there is a suspected infection case. And we had also created some isolation areas, etc. in the premises. Didn't use them much. So lots of initiatives taken at our end to prevent. Also, we did some contributions towards community. Under our CSR initiatives, we actually took care of more than 1,200 construction workers across the portfolio. Then in the neighborhoods, we provided the daily essentials and the groceries, etc. to the nearby villages. We provided sanitizers, PPEs to the villages, to the government departments, etc., who were taking care of the essential services. We in fact distributed to the Pune police, Chakan police, we distributed fitness bands just to have them check their vital numbers at all times while they were on these essential services. We in fact provided ambulance services also across our portfolio to the local municipalities to help out the local community in addition to our business. So yeah, these were some of the things that we did.
Thank you. Thank you, Pallav. We really appreciate and we are grateful for your presence here and for your participation in the awards process. We must share with you that the entry document and the presentations were all very well top-notch and very well prepared. And the highlights that we saw of the initiatives that you did in line with resilience and people safety were outstanding. So I can congratulate you once again and thank you so much for taking care of your people and your customers in such great ways. Thank you so much, Pallav.
Thank you so much, Anand and Mesh Media.
Take care. Now thank you, Preeti. I have to give you my heartfelt thanks also. We are very grateful to you, Preeti, being the publisher and the founder of this company for this initiative that brought us all together and brought to the fore these inspiring stories. Thanks once again, Preeti. Up next, we have Digital Samurai in Supply Chain. I invite Mr. Rajesh Nath, the Managing Director of VDMA, to announce and present this award.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Anand. Congratulations to all the winners. And also, I would like to congratulate all the nominees who have participated for this award. And the Digital Samurai Award goes to the PDP group. And I would like to request Mr. Avishkar Srivastava. I think Avishkar is there. Yes, Avishkar. Friends, the PDP group is a multimodal transport operator. They have 5 decades of experience in supply chain and offer complete solutions. So congratulations, Avishkar. All the very best to the PDP group for the future also, and continue the good work that you have been doing.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Meshmix Media for this opportunity because digitalization is really important in the workplace. And moving on with the times, especially with COVID and the way things have been going on, digitalization has become a necessity for us because a company which is not digital friendly right now has to do a lot of catch up in the industry because the remote working, the way we are working remotely now, and especially in the logistics industry where coordination is really important, it gets very difficult to coordinate efficiently when people are working from home, and there are some people who are doing the essential services like the forklift operators, the drivers, and others. So we have really focused a lot on our digital infrastructure over the years, and during the COVID pandemic, we have further intensified our investments in digital systems so that even there are simple communication pathways, like when a trailer is arriving at a particular factory or when a particular consignment has been unloaded at one of our sites. Often a lot of efficiency is lost because we are relying on the manpower at the sites to call the certain persons or prepare these Excel sheets and send it, which at the end of the day is then updated further. By moving to the cloud, and especially by having an integrated and holistic digital ecosystem, logistic companies can really enhance their workman productivity, and at the same time customers who want real-time data and real-time updates, they are able to rely on their logistic partners that, okay, if I am associated with a company that has a robust digital infrastructure, then we can customize the solutions as well, and they can customize their reports as per our requirements. So we have put in a lot of efforts in our digital infrastructure, and it feels great to be recognized by Meshmix Media. So once again, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, congratulations, Avishkar. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nath. Very, very grateful
Thank you.
to you for not only being here and presenting the award, but also being one of our eminent speakers on the GVC panel. That
Thank you.
was a very lively debate. Thank you, sir.
It was a pleasure participating in that, and I think there were a lot of interesting insights. I would also take the opportunity briefly to say hello to my friend Gautam. Gautam is also there. Hi, Gautam. How are you?
Hey, Rajesh. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Anand. And I think congratulations to Miss Media who took up this initiative. I think it's a very good initiative to recognize the industry leaders with these awards. And once more, I wish all the awardees the very best. It's been a difficult year, but let's go with optimism into 2021. And as India reboots and rebounds, I think there is going to be good business opportunities in 2021 for all the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we move to the last category, but not the least. We have the category of Shogun Samurai in supply chain. It is an individual leadership award to an individual who has provided extraordinary leadership, direction, and vision to his or her respective organization and the industry at large. I invite Mr. Gautam Maini, Managing Director, Maini Precision Products Limited, to announce and give away this award. Mr. Maini.
Good evening, everybody. It's been nice to hear about a lot of nice awards being given to a lot of people out here, and really a pleasure to join you all in this online award ceremony. Congratulations, and thank you, Anand, for inviting me over to do the honors. And I must say again, congratulations to everybody who's won awards before this, and especially now, let me announce the award that goes as the Shogun Samurai Award in supply chain. And the award goes to Moglix. And I'd like to invite Mr. Rahul Garg, the CEO and founder of Moglix, to say a few words, share his thoughts about what's been happening. And of course, an online store of that size and industrial parts and equipments could be very interesting for all of us to hear how he built it and how it's going. Over to you, Mr. Rahul Garg, and congratulations on this award.
Yeah, thank you, Meshmix and Gautam, for the award. I would say that I think it's very humbling to receive an award. Just a little bit about Moglex for those on the audience. We are a B2B commerce company. We focus on manufacturing sector to become one-stop solution for all their procurement and supply chain. And we have a presence pretty much pan-India. We operate more than 25 warehouses across the country with a team of close to 900 people, serving more than 500 large enterprises as well as close to million SMEs as part of our platform day in and day out. And I think this year has been, I'm just coming out of my yearly offsite, and I think we were reflecting back. And I think this year has been phenomenal in terms of learning as an organization, personally, professionally, for all of us, because nobody predicted the world will be almost upside down. We got a glimpse of it early Jan. So when it was spreading in China, because many of our customers had manufacturing plants in China and they were shut down and they needed medical supplies help from India. And we were fortunate to be sort of providing some of this help and support, not just in India, but globally. So we have, as part of our endeavors and support towards COVID, I think few things that we were able to do. One, we have supported more than 5 million people across 20 plus countries as part of the COVID response and medical supplies getting to those people when China was shut down and people were struggling getting the supplies, and India leading for many of those export initiatives. Second, I think as manufacturing plants during the shutdown, when they came back, continuing to firstly motivate the team internally to go to warehouses, open warehouses, work with the local authorities, police, healthcare community to make sure that the supply chain is back on the feet and running in a smooth manner, making sure that happens with a high degree of, I would say, precautions still being taken. And third, working with many of our customers, but also many of the state governments, national governments. We sort of pride ourselves that when Air India did the mission of bringing back Indians, all the pilots and air hostesses, they needed urgent medical supplies, and it was powered by Moglex. And they were struggling to get high quality supplies to carry out the evacuation mission. And we were fortunate, and we were sort of nimble enough to make sure that it happens. And that continued to replicate across many NGOs, government organizations, so on and so forth. And personally, I've also been part of a unique community that came together called ACT, which was Action COVID Team, started by founders, entrepreneurs, VCs across the country, which raised close to 100 CR and deployed across, I think, 50 plus different ideas in a nimble manner. A few of them that I was close to was a company called Noka Robotics, which built ventilators from start to coming up with the design to executing it 8 weeks, and many of these sort of heroic stories that we were somewhat attached to or somewhere part of, and we are glad we were able to contribute, and we continue to do so. This war is not over. I think there is still couple of more places to go before we can together as a world, as a country, overcome this threat. But glad to be part of it, and we'll continue to do what we can during these times. So thank you again, and for recognizing our efforts, and I think a great initiative, because sometimes supply chain is probably not as fully recognized, while that's how the world runs.
Congratulations once again, Rahul, from Mishmix Media side and from the editorial side. I must share with you that, of course, it's very inspiring the way your team participated in the process. What was very evident and outstanding was the passion and the commitment they brought to the platform. Everyone who participated were actually speaking from their heart when they were talking about the achievements and accomplishments that your team did. And also knowing that you are in competition with the Alibabas and Amazons of the world, I wish you great success. So you're representing not only the supply chain industry, not only the manufacturing industry, but the aspirations of India at large. So we feel very proud to be there on your journey, and we wish you all the success.
So it was really good.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the same. So, and for again recognizing the efforts that I think we are still at less than 1% of the journey. So there's another 10 years, and hopefully we will change the way distribution and Indian products are getting bought both in India and across the world. So still day one.
Congratulations again, Rahul. Brilliant story and great mentorship to your team, and well done again. All the best.
Thank you.
Anand, if
Thank you so much.
I'll
Yes.
just take 2 minutes, to mention something about Moglix. So
yeah, sure, please.
So like I posted in the chat, I'm not sure if everybody read. So Moglix became part of the whole ventilator project, I think on day 15th or day 18th, when Srikanth probably called up Rahul for one particular packet, when we were facing the issues from Singapore. And the way he delegated, and then the Piyush, who is there I think a director for supply chain in India, Piyush, and right from Rahul, Piyush to the last person who was working with me, I never felt that there was a lack of a working hand on the ground during the ventilator project. I mean, their team became an extension of the whole supply chain part, which was super critical for the whole task force and was missing, because I mean, neither the incubation center of IIT Kanpur nor the Noka Robotics had people during the pandemic to run the operations at that scale. And whether it was getting the machines or the parts from Delhi and shipping them to Pune, or whether it was getting the items from Mumbai airport to Pune within next few hours, or whether it was getting the items from Honeywell's center, which without permission, because the permissions were getting difficult, and we just called up the commissioner, and Moglix team agreed, we'll do it. So
it's a huge vote of confidence.
Yeah, the way they handled it was amazing. So Rahul, again, I mean, great wishes and a lot of thanks to being the part of the ventilator story as
well. No, and I think fantastic work there by the team. I think they did all the hard work. We've just made sure that the tires are running smoothly. So that's what we do.
Absolutely.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Mani, we are really grateful for you taking out time from your schedule and coming over here and presenting this award. It means a whole lot to us, sir.
No, absolute pleasure. And I think Rahul's done a brilliant job. So that could, this could have been the least I could have done. Well done. Well done to you. Well done to Rahul. And well done to all the winners.
Thank you,
Great.
Dr.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
so
you.
Great, ladies and gentlemen. This was a wonderful conclusion to 2 days of conference and the award ceremony. Just a couple of words I want to share before we finish this, conclude the ceremony, is that manufacturing and supply chain professionals, by all accounts, have been real heroes. Even facing the specter of disease and financial losses, they went to work every day, and they doubled down on producing and supplying critical and essential products and medicines and safety equipment. The crisis is not over, but what has been proved beyond doubt is that our manufacturers and supply chain professionals have braved the worst that this crisis had to offer and have emerged bolder and stronger from this experience. I thank you. I'm grateful to everyone who participated and is here today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.